Hi, I'm Yaakov Katz, editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Kyiv Jewish Forum 2020. I'd like to thank our host for today, Boris Lushkin, the president of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine. This will be an exciting conference. We brought together prominent Jewish leaders from Israel and across the globe in a virtual conference to discuss and debate the complex global and regional challenges facing Israel and the Jewish community. To start us off, I'm honored to welcome Boris Lushkin, president of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine.
Dear friends, it is a great honor to welcome you all to the Kyiv Jewish Forum 2020. Thank you for joining us to discuss and debate the challenges and opportunities which the world Jewry is facing and explore viable solutions. This year, the Kyiv Jewish Forum is purely online and is organized by the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine in partnership with the Jerusalem Post to reach an even wider and more global audience. Some of you might wonder why Ukraine is organizing such a global Jewish event. The answer is very simple. For centuries, our country has been one of the most vibrant and largest centers of Jewish life of the world, and Ukrainian Jews have spread all over the globe. We have always been Jewish, and we have always been global. Do you know that the oldest mention of the city of Kyiv ever found was written in Hebrew? The Hasidic movement was born and developed in Ukraine with the Baal Shem Tov, Nachman of Breslav, and many others. In 1900, 1 Jew out of 4 in the world was living in the territory of present-day Ukraine, making it the largest Jewish country in the world. When, in 1917, Ukraine gained independence, the first Ukrainian republic was issuing coins and banknotes written in 3 languages: Ukrainian, Russian, and Yiddish. In the years to follow, the Jewish people of Ukraine had to endure a series of extraordinary dramatic events. First, thousands of pogroms, then the famine of the Holodomor, then, of course, the Shoah, and eventually the Soviet anti-Semitic policies for those who had not been exterminated. Most Jewish people in Ukraine died, but a few managed to escape to Israel, Western Europe, and America. Golda Meir, Serge Gainsbourg, Bob Dylan, Dustin Hoffman, Isaac Stern, Steven Spielberg, Sigmund Freud, their families came from Ukraine. When Ukraine gained independence in 1991, very few Jews remained in the country. Anti-Semitism was thriving, and many doubted there was a future for Jewish life. But for the last few years, we are witnessing a true renaissance of Jewish life in Ukraine. The revival of the Ukrainian Jewry was made possible by the inner strength of our community, but also by the immense support we have received from our brothers and sisters from all over the world, especially from Israel, the United States, and Europe. Now it is time for us to give back to the world. The Jewish Confederation of Ukraine is committed to contributing to the development of a global Jewish community, and this is the reason why we are organizing the Kyiv Jewish Forum. How do we prevent and combat anti-Semitism? What is the future of US-Israeli relations? How should the future of Judaism look like? How should we memorialize the Holocaust and educate new generations? These are just some of the questions which we will explore in the coming 2 days. I would like to welcome and thank all incredible speakers to the forum, our partners and participants. We are honored to engage with all of you to make the world a better and a more tolerant place. We look very much forward to exciting discussions and debates. L'chaim.
It's my honor to welcome President Vladimir Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
Вітаю Єврейську конфедерацію України та Jerusalem Post з організацією Київського єврейського форуму. Це партнерство демонструє стратегічне значення відносин між Україною та Ізраїлем, а також особливу роль, яку відіграє єврейська громада в житті нашої країни. Україна завжди була відкритою країною, яка поважає всі релігійні конфесії. Багато українців носять високе звання праведника народів світу. Нещодавно моїм указом запропоновано надати святам Рош ха-Шана, Песах та Ханука статус державних свят. Нам усім важливо працювати разом заради недопущення ксенофобії, нетерпимості, антисемітизму. Працювати разом, розвиваючи толерантність та повагу до всіх національностей і конфесій. Ми не маємо права забути злочини та звірства минулого. Молодь повинна знати і пам'ятати про них, щоб ніколи не допустити знову. Користуючись нагодою, хочу відзначити прекрасну ініціативу Єврейської конфедерації України під назвою «Праведники мого міста». Цей проєкт присвячений пам'яті українців, які, ризикуючи власним життям, рятували євреїв під час Другої світової війни. Вони взірець для всіх наступних поколінь. Я бажаю всім спікерам і учасникам форуму плідних дискусій та дебатів, у яких неодмінно народиться істина. Істина, що зробить цей світ добрішим і кращим.
We're now honored to have with us Israel's alternate Prime Minister, Defense Minister, and Chairman of Blue and White, Benny Gantz.
Shalom, my friends. It is a pleasure to be addressing you here. I wish to especially thank two individuals. President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. Your goodwill has meant so much, and we in Israel appreciate it very much. Mr. Michael Miriashvili, thank you for your unique commitment to the Jewish people. Sometimes, in moments of uncertainty and fear, we can forget just how far our people have come. We can lose faith in our ability to keep growing and working for the common good. But especially in times like this, we cannot and should not forget that faith and hope are our greatest allies. As the IDF's 20th Chief of Staff and Israel Defense Minister, I know very well about what can seem like overwhelming challenges. In Israel, keeping our people safe means that we must be constantly prepared. We face an aggressive Iran seeking to expand its influence. We face Hezbollah on the north. We face Hamas-led government terrorizing the people of the south. And we face a changing region that brings new challenges every day. We always have and always will take care of these challenges together. At the same time, we are dealing with a global pandemic. People fear for their lives and livelihoods, and mostly from the uncertainty of the changing world. Around the Jewish world, we have seen anti-Semitism on the rise, challenging our basic sense of security. With all of that, growing divisions can make us forget the true source of our own strength, our unity. When it is most tempting to go back to small tribes, it is most necessary for us to reach out to each other. Just recently, with the historic peace deal between Israel and the Arab Emirates, we have seen the power of bridge building. In Israel, and with our different Jewish communities, there is a room for us to do more. This is the time to listen closely to one another. This is the time to come together to make us more than our separate parts. This is the time to find our way back to unity. Our ties goes deeper than any one crisis. And this knowledge of our togetherness can help us through the uncertainty of these times and help us come out stronger than ever. We are one nation, Am Echad, May we never lose faith. May we never stop working together to make our Jewish world and the whole world a better place. And of course, may we have a sweet new year. Shana Tova.
I'm now honored to welcome Ronald Lauder, President of the World Jewish Congress. Ambassador Lauder, I want to jump right in and start with the novel coronavirus known as COVID-19. We've seen a rise in anti-Semitic attacks during this pandemic, and people are blaming Jews for spreading the virus, especially online on social media. Why do you think that is, and what can be done to stop that?
Before I even answer that, let me say thank you very much for having this forum. I think it's very, very important. I think it's also very, very important that we are doing it with Kyiv and people in Ukraine, because it's a very, very important time for all of us. Now, the question of COVID-19 and what effect it had on anti-Semitism, there is no question that anti-Semites have used this as a way to make anti-Semitism grow. You know, we've seen this in the Middle Ages with the bubonic plague. The anti-Semites blamed the plague on the Jews, and many, many communities were destroyed because of it. And one of the communities where my grandparents were from, Mainz, Germany, they had to leave. Great-grandparents, I should say. But the fact is that, yes, it's blamed on the Jews. The Jews are always the perfect scapegoat, and particularly in certain countries in Eastern Europe where it's even more pronounced. What we've seen also is this is coming not only from the right, what we've seen in the past, but also from the left. And it's something that's very, very critical to understand for us. Now, we have a Jewish diplomatic corps. We're 300 people, and we are in almost 100 countries that are all represented by the World Jewish Congress. These young people, the ages between 27 and 45, are going and working with all communities to try to help them in any way possible. And the World Jewish Congress has been extraordinarily important for these communities. And we have spoken also with the various governments and spoke about the anti-Semitism, what can be done. You know, interesting enough, also, anti-Semitism, a lot of it is done on the internet. And hate speech on the internet has increased dramatically. We've spoken with both Facebook and TikTok, particularly Facebook. And Facebook has done a wonderful job of getting a lot of this hate speech off. And also TikTok has been very, very much cooperative. There's still a lot on it. And there are different other groups, different other internet sites that we're working with. And it's something that has to be done. But what we've seen very, very much is that the governments are working with us and working very much strongly to try to stop this anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism has been with us for 3,000 years. I believe it will probably be with us another 3,000 years. But what we've seen more and more is that when governments work together with the Jewish communities and organizations like the World Jewish Congress, we can do a great deal to alleviate it.
Are you concerned, though, that this will continue as the pandemic unfortunately continues? And if so, for how long? I mean, you said 3,000 years. Is that what we should expect?
No, but the great thing is that we've seen now the COVID-19 peak is starting to come down. It'll take time. It'll take time for people to understand what happened. But also, we are working harder and harder. I believe that during the next 6 to 12 months, it'll come down dramatically. We will never get rid of anti-Semitism, but as long as people understand the role of what can be done. But also, interesting enough, we've seen something very interesting happening. Because of anti-Semitism, fighting anti-Semitism, many Jewish communities have united together. Mm-hmm. We've seen more and more the Orthodox and the Reformed and secular working together, which is a very, very important thing we've seen. We're fighting it. The World Jewish Congress is on the forefront doing it. And yes, when it comes down, I expect anti-Semitism to come down, but it's going to be a long, hard fight. I do believe that we're not talking 3,000 years. We're talking months and maybe a year or two before this thing reaches a point where it was before the COVID-19 started.
That's an optimistic note. Ambassador Lauder, what's your expectation?
I have to be optimistic.
You have to, because the alternative.
I have a problem.
Right. Well, the alternative's not that good. What's your expectation, though, from countries around the world? You've spent a lot of your career, and definitely in recent years, over decades, of cultivating strong alliances and relationships with world leaders, from Europe to Asia to South America to Africa and everywhere, the Middle East as well. Are there specific initiatives that you can talk about, or that you talk about with them, that they can do to help the situation?
Well, basically, many countries, particularly in Europe, have different laws, starting with Holocaust denial. There's different laws against hate speech, different laws against what people can say and not say. They've also been very strong about the far right, stopping them from some of their rallies, some of their marches, and fighting very strongly with us. We've seen that in Europe. We've seen it very, very much. But I do believe, you mentioned the Middle East. I do believe that what is happening in the Middle East between Israel and UAE has had a major effect on what people think of the Jewish people, particularly Israel, at this moment. I'm looking very, very much that in the coming years, and from now on, there'll be more and more peace between Israel and its Arab neighbors, and this will have an effect very, very much there. Yet, at the same time, I was very disappointed when I saw at the Security Council that England, France, and Germany voted to or abstained from the embargo against Iran, which gave me enormous difficulty.
I want to ask you, you have, just shifting gears for a moment, you mentioned the UAE announcement and that deal between Israel and Jerusalem and Abu Dhabi. You've traveled extensively throughout the region, have met a lot of these Gulf leaders over the years. Where do you see, so you mentioned the relationship with Jews, but from a diplomatic perspective for Israel, what's next? And do you have any insight into what countries might be coming next in line for normalization?
Well, in many ways, many of the countries are ready for normalization. And the fact that the UAE started, I know Israel is speaking with 3 or 4 of them. It's not for me to comment which ones they are, but they're all countries that I believe we will see during the next 6 to 12 months. The major question is, when we talk about the Middle East, what's going to happen with the Palestinians? There are several that say that we're waiting for the Palestinians. There are others that say, look, we're moving ahead without the Palestinians. Time will tell. I believe that over the next period of time and over the next few years, I think you'll see many countries normalize in the Middle East, have normal relations with Israel, which I think is fantastic. A lot of them are watching what's going to happen between the UAE and Israel.
Right.
And I believe that there'll be a signing sometime in the near future. And this will really and truly have an effect. I also believe that when we have prosperity growing, not only in the Middle East, but also in Europe and other places, this will have a major effect against Iran.
Right.
And this is an important aspect for Israel and for the world.
Well,
and we all come together at this time.
And you know what? You mentioned Iran, and we saw the tweet just the other day by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei calling Jared Kushner and the entourage that flew on that flight from Tel Aviv to Abu Dhabi filthy Zionist agents. And we saw, as you mentioned, the UN Security Council failing to reimpose the embargo and to reinstate sanctions. What do you make of the West's failure with Iran?
I was very disappointed in it, and from what I understand now, there is a great deal of question of what should be done next. But I believe that the reason why they passed on it is they wanted to be brokers in the future of a new deal with Iran on a new nuclear deal. And they felt that if they voted against an embargo, or really they voted for an embargo, they would not be able to be there to negotiate. I don't know the real reason. I've not had a chance to speak to them. And interesting enough, without travel, without me being able to go and speak to these world leaders face to face, I can't really answer that. I can give you my suppositions. However, one of the things I've learned very, very much, and I've seen it in my time of, I think I visited 40 countries so far as President of the World Jewish Congress. When you get a chance to speak to a leader and you speak to them straight, you can really and truly understand that they understand the problem with Iran, and they're trying to find a way to stop it without having a direct confrontation.
Right. You've been a long champion of Holocaust remembrance, and you're largely responsible for the preservation of the site of the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp, many of its artifacts. But with the number of Holocaust survivors around the world shrinking almost daily, what does the future of Holocaust remembrance look for you? And what's the importance of education of the Holocaust in that larger global campaign and fight against anti-Semitism?
Well, first of all, when I first started working on Auschwitz-Birkenau, which was 1987, we spent 2 years making all the exhibits there in a place that they would be permanently, that visitors can see them. Because of this, when people come now to the Auschwitz-Birkenau, they see what people saw in 1945. The hair, the shoes, the barbed wire, the barrels, all the things. This is the demo. The survivors, again, I thank the Shoah Foundation for taking pictures of them, but we work with the survivors. Many of the survivors we have on film. And interesting enough, I've just started a education effort. By the way, there are many places already talking about the Holocaust. What we have done is we have a new film working on called The Auschwitz Legacy. That's showing pictures of what happened at Auschwitz. That's showing survivors speaking in the various countries that will be shown. And there's a whole question and answer for the teachers of what can be done. This is going to be rolled out this spring and the next fall. And I would like each year, on one date, January 27th, the liberation of Auschwitz, that this will be shown in all schools throughout the world. I think the question of survivors, yes, they're dying, and the 75th anniversary, which I have the honor of being the chairman of and gave the keynote speech, I've been in contact with the survivors. They get it. And all of them were saying, okay, we're dying, but let me tell you, our legacy is there. We bear witness, we've been on film, we've talked about it, and they're there.
Right.
And the next generation is a whole new generation of children of survivors who are very much active. So as far as people forgetting, they will not forget. However, we've found that school children, particularly the third generation, do not know the horrors of what happened. We have to teach them what happened and how and what happened. And interesting enough, it happened because of indifference.
Right.
Because people were all of a sudden didn't care what was happening. Elie Wiesel had the famous quote, "The opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference." And what we've seen too often is people are indifferent. And that's something we have to work very, very closely with.
Ambassador Lutter, just as we final and wrap up, we're on the eve of the Jewish New Year, of Rosh Hashanah. What message would you share with Jews across the globe on this new year, which due to the pandemic will unfortunately see a lot of Jewish people at home, not at synagogue, at home on their own in the confines of their four walls and not with their family celebrating like we usually do as a Jewish people with the big family and the mishpacha. What message do you send to those people today?
Well, obviously, this will be an unusual time for all of us. We can't be together as a family. But my message is as follows. First of all, we're one people. From the most religious to the most secular, from the most conservative to the most liberal. We're one people. We have to come together as one people. The second is the diaspora and Israel have to be closer together. We have to be one people together, standing up for what we believe in. And there's no time better than when people come together, the Rosh Hashanah, particularly Yom Kippur, when they can start to say, we're in it together. And I hope this time, mainly because of all the things happening in the world, that people once again realize that we're a Jewish people, we care for each other, and let us make this new year a special year to come together. Let us reach out to our friends on the left and the right, on the most religious and most secular. Let's come together and say, we're one people, care for each other, and stay strong. Our strength is together. And let us look to New Year as a time for all to be together.
Amen. And that's a beautiful message to end with. Ambassador Ronald Lauder, I want to thank you for joining with us.
I just want to say I love Israel. I love the Jewish people. And for me, that's the most important thing. God bless you all. And I hope that the pandemic will be behind us. I hope we're together as one people and peace will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you for being with us.
Shana Tova to everybody.
Shana Tova. I'm now honored to be joined by Ilan Carr, the United States Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism. Ilan, I want to jump straight in. We've seen an increase, sadly, unfortunately, in anti-Semitism under the cover of this pandemic, of this global pandemic. How bad is the situation, according to what you're seeing, and what can really be done about it, if anything?
Well, first of all, allow me to begin by thanking you and congratulating you on this incredible achievement. I was honored to be one of the keynote speakers last year at the first ever Kyiv Jewish Forum, and it was a wonderful event. And I'm so thrilled that you're doing this again. Congratulations, of course, to you. This is co-sponsored by JPost. So, Yaakov, really, congratulations, kol hakavod.
Thank you.
And to my good friend Boris Loshkin, the Confederation, the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine president. Congratulations to you as well. And this is really a tremendous achievement because, you know, there is a lot of bad news in the world when it comes to anti-Semitism and its rise. And I'll answer your question about COVID. That's Exhibit A. I mean, there is bad news, but it's very important that we also focus on the good news. And you know what? You just don't get better news than Ukraine and the increasingly thriving Jewish life in Ukraine. The real transformation of the country. You know, a recent Pew poll shows that 83% of Ukrainians view Jews favorably. 83%.
Wow.
And when you consider that, you know, the margin of victory of President Zelensky in his election against, of course, an incumbent, you know, really, Ukraine has been great. And I've had the great privilege of working with Ukrainian leaders who are absolutely committed to the fight against anti-Semitism in Ukraine and around the world. Great leaders like Interior Minister Arsen Avakov, whom I had the great privilege of meeting, and who has been just a champion of Jewish life in Ukraine, a champion, not just a friend, a champion. Uh-huh. And of course, Foreign Minister Kuleba has been great, and President Zelensky himself. So I'm just thrilled and I'm honored to be here, and I want to say thank you to my counterparts in Ukraine, and of course, congratulate you on this great conference. Now, with regard to COVID, you know, anti-Semitism is rising. The only thing new about this brand of anti-Semitism that baselessly blames Jews for inventing or creating or transmitting the novel coronavirus. The only thing new about it is the virus itself. Blaming Jews for the problems of the world is just one of the hallmarks of anti-Semitism from thousands of years ago all the way to today. And here they're at it again. There they go again, blaming Jews without any factual basis at all for this contagion on the world. It's very, very important that we stand up against this, that we condemn it, that we call out social media platforms as well, to the extent that they don't flag or comment on this.
Right.
Of course, we've seen recently horrific examples of unvarnished anti-Semitism spouted by the mullahs of Iran. Supreme Leader Khamenei made a disgraceful comment, calling the members of President Trump's family, the Jewish members of his family, filthy Zionist agents.
Right.
It's a disgrace, and Twitter should be embarrassed by allowing that sort of language to exist on its platform.
But Elon, I want to ask you specifically about that, because you jumped into my next question, which is social media. The stuff that we read there, not just how vile and ugly it is. It's a place for anti-Semites to really rear their ugly head. But you mentioned Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who wrote just the other day calling Jared Kushner and the other members of that entourage that flew on that historic flight from Tel Aviv to Abu Dhabi filthy Zionist agents. Why does Twitter allow this to continue? Why does Facebook allow these posts to continue going up? Why is the US government not passing the legislation maybe, or enacting some sort of regulation that would prevent this from happening?
Well, the US government isn't going to censor this because it's not subject to censorship. The First Amendment is very clear that even despicable, vile hate speech has First Amendment protection, right? I mean, the Nazis marched in Skokie, Illinois, right? So, and there was a Supreme Court case that said they had the right to do that. But we've got to condemn it. And social media platforms that have their own terms of service ought to enforce those terms of service. When you've got a leader calling for the genocide against the Jewish people, I mean, it's 75 years since the end of the Holocaust, and the leader of Iran, the tyrant of Iran, regularly calls for genocide against the Jewish people, wiping the Jewish state off the map, engaging in the most unvarnished anti-Semitism. It violates Twitter's own terms of service, and they're not enforcing it. And when they're called out on it, they offer insulting explanations. I mean, that's the only way I can call it. It's an insulting explanation to say that calling to wipe the Jewish state off the map is simply saber rattling, which they said as you well know,
in a meeting in the Knesset recently, right?
In the Knesset, to say, well, that's saber rattling. It's an outrage, and the fact that they allow this to go on is a disgrace. It's an embarrassment to the platform. Let me be clear: social media hasn't caused anti-Semitism, but today it is the chief vector of this disease that is spreading all over the world. And I will tell you that my office and the State Department is committed to this. I'm the first special envoy ever to have a principal member of my team dedicated exclusively to internet, online, social media anti-Semitism. Never before happened. And we soon are going to have an announcement to make in that regard. But we are absolutely focused on this because it has to be addressed.
Right. No, I couldn't agree more. And sometimes I'm shocked by what we all see there. You spent a lot of your tenure the last few years, at least until COVID, traversing the globe and traveling from country to country, a lot throughout Europe, and trying to get these countries to adopt the definition of anti-Semitism that was put out by IRA. You tried to initiate initiatives to get the countries to protect the physical security of Jewish communities, and also to tackle, obviously, the hate speech that we're reading online. When you look at the broader picture, right, so put the pandemic aside for a moment, is the trajectory positive? Is the trend going in a positive direction?
Well, I think there are a lot of positives, but there are also negatives. I mean, anti-Semitism is rising. When the world has gone online, when COVID created this global shutdown, anti-Semitism has gone online, and there's been a tsunami of anti-Semitic postings on social media. I mean, it's all over the world, and so it has increased. And of course, as we know, attacks on Jews have increased in the past few years, and And even in the United States, which remains the most philo-Semitic country ever, but even in the United States,
Right.
it's increasing, both online and in terms of attacks. However, there are incredibly positive trends. I just gave Ukraine as an example because here we are at the Kyiv Jewish Forum. Ukraine is Exhibit A, but it's not only Ukraine. I mean, Poland has taken tremendous steps to train their entire police force in anti-Semitism and recognizing hate crimes. Germany and France, the same thing. Germany passed, of course, now nearly a year ago, passed a piece of legislation condemning the BDS movement as anti-Semitism. Austria more recently did the very same thing. In the UK, and this is just a stunning example, in the UK, the Jewish community in that country felt and said publicly that the existence of Jewish life in the UK was threatened by what they saw as this anti-Semitic cabal in the Labour Party. Well, what
Right.
happened? That cabal was rejected in a resounding rejection of anti-Semitism in the UK. And ordinary Brits in exit polls said that one of the reasons why they voted the way they voted is because of anti-Semitism. And they said, this is not the kind of country we want for our children. That is an enormous victory for justice and decency in the fight against this ancient human disease of anti-Semitism. And we're seeing great examples all over the world. And I get to work with counterparts who are absolutely committed to this fight in Britain, in France, in Germany, in Eastern and Central Europe. And so I really think there's a lot of good news to tell in this front.
Right. Well, that's at least positive. I want to shift gears for a moment and look closer where you are in the United States. It seems sometimes that also there, and you mentioned this, there is a rise of anti-Semitism. It's across the political spectrum. It's on the right, but it's also on the far left. And what do you make of the trends there? It seems at times that also with the mudslinging that's going on, the political division, the fragmentation that's taking place across the U.S., what Black Lives Matter marches throughout the country, what's happening now, sadly, unfortunately, in places like Kenosha and other places, this is fertile ground for anti-Semites also to pop up, right? Is this something that you're looking at, you're trying to find ways to keep it down?
Well, there's no question it's happening. I mean, I personally visited synagogues vandalized in the riots. I paid an official visit to a synagogue that was that had despicable anti-Semitic graffiti sprayed across its wall. Of course, some synagogues were actually windows were smashed in Los Angeles, but in other cities as well. And we've got to call this out. Nobody gets a free pass on anti-Semitism. When I was appointed to this role now a year and a half ago, the first thing I said is nobody gets a pass. I don't care what ideological clothing it wears. Jew hatred is Jew hatred, and we are going to call it out. And we are going to, absolutely, whether it comes from the far right or whether it comes from the radical left or whether it comes from militant Islam. That's the third source, right?
Right.
And nobody gets a pass. And so when you've got a movement that has maybe some admirable goals, racial equality, fighting bigotry, and certainly fighting police brutality, these are not only worthy goals, these are goals near and dear to my heart. I mean, I was a law enforcement officer for 13 years, and so these are very important things. But if a movement adopts anti-Semitic platforms or engages in anti-Semitic behavior, they have to be called out. And again, nobody should get a pass. And I'm very adamant about that. And we've been consistent that way.
There's also this rhetoric that we're seeing a lot more of nowadays that tries to differentiate between anti-Zionism and classic anti-Semitism. They try to say, no, we have nothing against Jews, but it's just against the Zionists or the Israelis. Obviously, to me, it seems that oftentimes this is one and the same, right? Is that how you're viewing the same situation?
Well, it's not only how I view that situation, and yes, 100% true, and not only how I view that situation, it's how the Trump administration views it. And let me be very clear. I mean, this is the policy and the marching orders of President Trump and Secretary Pompeo. My boss, Secretary Pompeo, stood before 18,000 activists at the AIPAC policy conference a year and a half ago and said, let me go on the record. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And so we don't say that well, anti-Zionism sometimes bleeds into anti-Semitism, or anti-Zionism sometimes, it's not sometimes, that's what it is. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Hatred of the Jewish state is hatred of the Jewish people. Denying the Jewish people self-determination meets actually one of the examples of the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. That is anti-Semitism. And so we've got to be very clear on this. And you know, one needs to look no further than Supreme Leader Khamenei's tweet when he said,
right.
you know, that a Jew in Trump's family is a filthy Zionist agent. You know, what do you call that? Or when Alain Finkielkraut in Europe, a Jewish philosopher, was called a dirty Zionist. I mean, we know what that means.
Right.
You don't get to substitute the word and think that we're going to be confused about what you really mean. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and we've got to say it loudly and clearly.
Ilan Carr, the Trump administration's special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank
you, Yaakov, and congratulations on this great conference.
Thank you. Okay, Ilan, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was great to see you. And have a Shana Tova, and I hope we get to see each other soon.
God willing. Shana Tova to you as well. All the best. I hope I get to visit you in Yerushalayim.
Amen. Amen. Be well, Ilan. Take care. It's no secret that anti-Semitism is on the rise. Throughout this year, the worldwide Jewish community has had to confront the ugliness of anti-Semitism from across the political spectrum, on the extreme left as well as on the extreme right. Which group presents more of a significant threat to the Jewish people? It's my pleasure to welcome Maayan Hoffman, the Jerusalem Post news editor, to introduce our next panel.
Thank you so much for being with us today, Lord Mendelsohn and Mr. Habib. I'm really looking forward to talking to you about this actually very challenging topic, the issue of the far right and the far left, and the anti-Semitism that is happening around the world. First, I just want to help us by being able to define some terms. When we talk about the far right, who are we talking about? What groups fall into that category? Lord Mendelsohn, maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Well, I mean, within the context of the far right, you talk about the political extreme of right-wing politics, which tends to be slightly conservative, revisionist, in some cases quite libertarian, but it's traditionally associated with right-wing notions about the state or identity or other sorts of things. And we can see that both in history and in contemporary terms. And some of them are strong prejudices about change, about the other, about those sorts of things. But of course, one of our great examples in history about how these political labels can be quite fluid is that the National Socialists, the Nazis, perhaps the most greatest example, were National Socialists. And the early movement had the Strasser right wing, which was avowedly left wing, but they were still seen as a national movement. So right wing, far right tends to be where we collect it on the political spectrum, but it doesn't always do justice to the nation about what the nature of the extremism, the politics, or even the anti-Semitism is.
Interesting. And now, Mr. Habib, maybe you can answer the same question about the far left.
The problem today, you know, first of all, I want to forgive my English. You know, I'm not great English, but I hope that you will understand me. The extreme left today, it's the main problem that the extreme left is connecting today with all the Islamo-leftism party, and they don't hate Jews, they hate Israel, which is much more politically correct. Unfortunately, this connection killed in my country, in France. The extreme right don't have killed in the last year in France. Baruch Hashem, how we say, in the last, since the Second World War. Okay. But unfortunately, the diabolization of Israel and the connection between the extreme left and the Islamic movements arrived to, we begin with in 2006, Ilan Halimi have been killed, but just now, today, yesterday in Paris, begins the trial of Charlie, that everybody remember, and also Hyper Cacher. Yes. What says the guy of Hyper Cacher, the terrorist, that he wants revenge, Palestinian guys? When you see in all the extreme left city hall, flag of Palestine, street in name of terrorists, Palestinian terrorists, on diabolization.
So that's
of Israel, we have direct consequence because they kill. 12 Jews have been killed in the last year because we're Jews, all 100% by Islamic jihadist movements who are connected with extreme left.
That makes sense. So the extreme left are being connected to the anti-Israel movement. Now, as you mentioned, there have been countless examples of, on both sides, the far right and the far left, of anti-Jewish and anti-Israel attacks. Perhaps, Lord Mendelsohn, you could talk a little bit about what you've seen in your own community in the last year.
Well, I think there are two things. I mean, the first one is to say that left anti-Semitism has a deep history, well before Israel was created, well before the Zionist movement. Well, I shouldn't forget that. And many of the strains and strands of that still exist today, and some of the notions which are common to all extremes, notions about Jewish domination, world conspiracies, are very, very common. So it does predate it, and they are distinctive in their own way. And even within the context of left anti-Semitism, I would caution everyone to continue to think about some of the problems about what you would associate with progressive politics, and the way in which you can adopt very negative, very distinct stereotypes against Jews outside of the question of Israel, although Israel is a very fundamental part of what this is. Look, we have faced, as ever, the interesting broad nature of the threats from the right, from some members of the Islamic community and some sections of the Muslim community, and from the left. And I think it's fair to say that those on the right, particularly in the UK, it's very different in other countries, but in the UK have been significant, but the state has been a strong intervention against their further actions, which minimizes the level of harm that's caused.
And do you have a specific example that you can share with us of one of these kind of attacks?
We had a real concern about the emergence of Britain First and a couple of Nation First and a couple of the extreme right movements which were associated with the potential for terrorism. But they've been disrupted by the forces of law and order in the UK. And actually, we have had very limited electoral success in the far right. And I would actually say that for many Jews in Britain, the way in which the state and the public are revile against the far right, and they have had no electoral success, is a great affirmation of the UK as a place where Jews should feel comfortable. Within the context of the Muslim community, we've had a significant diminution, very strong movements inside parts of the Muslim community who are addressing the anti-Semitism, much of which has very little to do with any notions associated with Islam. Much of it was a European export, which has been re-imported back to us. Our big challenge has been the rise of the progressive anti-Semitism, the left-wing anti-Semitism.
So in your estimation, do you feel that the left is threatening Jews more in your community?
I think it's important to understand that since the post-war period, and we've had some very turbulent times, particularly after the Second World War, that the largest polling and evidential data to suggest that Jews feel left comfortable in Britain was all around the prospect of Jeremy Corbyn becoming Prime Minister and taking power. We had a real mood in the community that Britain may not be a country in which they felt safe. And in that particular context, always they wish to continue to live. In that context, the notion of Jews feeling unwelcome in a country was a big change for the UK community and a matter that had to be addressed. And that came with very distinct features from areas of the far left. And there are very distinct problems long term, which we have to face. And it's been far too long for a phenomenon which has been around very strongly since the 1980s, that the world Jewish community and the others, in my view, have taken not necessarily the right lessons in how to deal with this particular phenomenon, not the range of things that we have to deal with, but this particular phenomenon. That was the real risk we had in the UK, and elements are present in America, in other parts of Europe, and even across the Middle East.
Amazing. So, Mr. Habib, I want to go back to you for a moment, and we talk about specific examples. France has actually had quite a number of anti-Semitic attacks in the last years. I believe the percentage of attacks has also gone up. Can you offer me one specific example of an attack that took place in your community?
We have hundreds of examples, and as I told you before, 12 Jews have been killed. Mireille Knoll have been killed. Sarah Halimi have been killed. On the children in Toulouse, Gabriel Sandler, le rabbin Jonathan Sandler, Myriam Monsonego, Ariel Sandler have been killed because they are Jew. Today you cannot teach, no longer talk about Shoah even in the school. It's become complicated because why? Because unfortunately the diabolization of Israel. I can show you only what I received. I don't know if you can see that as a member of parliament because I'm close to Israel. Wow. It was last week I received this kind of thing on the movements of extreme left, extreme right. By the way, they have one thing in common: the hate of one has the hate of Israel, and the second part has the hate of the Jew. And if I see the example of today of Jean-Luc Mélenchon, Jean-Luc Mélenchon is the head of a very strong party in France, which is La France Insoumise. When his friend, Mr. Corbyn, losing the election, what does he say? He say that Mr. Corbyn lose the election because the great rabbi of England, because Benjamin Netanyahu, and because of Kyiv. It means because of Jews. That's exactly the same poncif, I don't know how to say it in English, that we have during years on year Jews as responsible of everything.
Exactly the same phenomenon, exactly.
Say Israel. And I am worried. I will tell you something. I'm not worried about Jew. I'm worried for my country, for France, and I'm worried for Europe because they begin with Jews, and after they kill journalists, they kill policemen, and they kill everybody. Like we have, on the link between the extreme left and Islamic movement is a reality because they want to be elected. You see what happened in Belgium, in Brussels area. Some of political guys say me, if you want to be elected in those areas, you have to be close to Muslim movements. If not, you cannot be elected.
So let me ask you this question. Do you feel that anti-Israel and anti-Semitism have become one and the same thing? Lord Mendelsohn, why don't you start with that question?
No, I don't. I mean, I think they are distinctive. I think there are issues, and I think within the context of the left, just to call it about, to define it in relation to Israel, it gives a free pass to some of those people who have a view that Jews are powerful, that they are pernicious, that they have a terrible impact on the world, and that's got nothing to do with Israel. That's a deep-rooted view about Jews. And I would also say that, one of the issues that's become very clear to us here is that you deal with intergenerational problems, and we're not addressing these things. So, for example, some people who are very strong activists against Israel, anti-Zionist or anti-Israel in their own terms, who feel very passionately against it, you will find many examples now that we're starting to pick up, sufficient to start to develop an evidence base, of their children are adopting anti-Semitic themes that draw not just from left or from Israel, but from anything about notions about money or meanness or whatever, other notions. And that's because they are being taught to hate Jews and to become essentially extremists. And Mayer makes a very, very good point, which is that in the very febrile identity politics of where Europe is, and with some of the difficulties that we have, this feeds into this sort of problem. And what we have are deep ideological convictions, a left progressive wing which has not been checked, is not addressed, is not really well addressed as we should do in trying to get these people away from this form and brand of extremist politics. And that we've got quite a challenge in the long term. It reminds me, I was dealing with these issues of left anti-Semitism when I was a student in the 1980s. In fact, in 1988, I wrote a publication with another dealing with some of these people. And lo and behold, when they re-entered the Labour Party many, many years later, when they took it over under Jeremy Corbyn, it's the very same people. We make a mistake to forget that actually we're talking about ideology and politics here. We're talking about worldviews, and the only thing that social media has done is not about expanding it, but is really about making it much more visible We need to really steel our institutions, our democratic institutions, our cultural institutions and others, to be able to deal with these things and to rebuild our politics and to try and move away from some of the acidic and lack of respect for the institutions that have served us well over the last 60, 70 years.
So let's talk about that a little bit, about tactics for mitigating these threats. Are there different tactics for approaching the right and the left? Mr. Habib, why don't you take that?
Sorry, what's again the question?
The question is what kind of tactics do we need to use in order to tackle anti-Semitism on the right and the left?
Okay, the tactic, first of all, is to continue to fight any racism, any anti-Semitism, from the right or from the left. It's to understand maybe the media is a very, very important part, if you allow me. When I see today, for example, the BDS movement, which is forbidden in some country like France, but continue to be very strong. Like, for example, we begin in the Tour de France, which is very popular, and I see that every day we have a movie of the BDS movement against the participation of a team of Israel in Tour de France. But what to tell you, the tactic is to show the image that we see in Israel today. This new this plane which land from Tel Aviv and go to Abu Dhabi and Emirates is great to show that we can live in Europe, in Far West, and everywhere, Jew, Christian, and Muslim together, and to stop to diabolize Israel in any circumstance. And to stop, for example, the Hezbollah party, which is a terrorist party. Germany understand, and many countries understand. I regret that my president, Emmanuel Macron, and the French politic of Quai d'Orsay continue to deal with the politic branch of Hezbollah, which is very worrying me. Hezbollah is directly responsible of the last blowing in Lebanon a few weeks ago. It's not any matter with the Jew or with Israel. So we have to finish with all the terrorist party, Hamas, Hezbollah, and so on. And we see a beginning of peace hopes, which are very, very interesting. And we have to show this picture, peace, salam, that we show in some Arab and Israeli newspaper. We have to show this in Europe, in France. Unfortunately, in my country, in France, almost we didn't spoke about this, about this agreement of peace, which
is a really big deal. I agree, definitely. So unfortunately, we are running out of time, and I think that this was an incredibly interesting conversation and one that needs to be continued as the months go by, because we are not seeing anti-Semitism getting any less. The left and the right in different countries are maintaining power. So I want to thank you very much for you coming on and discussing the different perspectives, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Since inception, Israel has taken pride in being an issue that receives bipartisan support in the United States, across the aisle. There's no denying, though, that this is changing. On the surface, the Republican Party might appear aligned with Israel, but under the surface, we're not sure what's happening. And also, while support on the Democratic side might appear to have become fragmented, maybe it's not. Is what appears to be happening the true story? Here to lead our next panel is Herb Kanan, the Jerusalem Post's senior diplomatic analyst.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for joining us again. The panel now is a panel that's very timely as we come up to the elections in America. It's called the U.S. and Israel Alliance. Is there a future for bipartisan support? Joining me now from the U.S. is Congressman Ted Deutsch from Florida and Liz Schreier, the president of the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition. Thank you for joining us. Congressman Representative Deutsch, let me start with you. Does Israel still enjoy bipartisan support in the U.S.?
It absolutely does, and it's good to be with you. And I thought the question was a rhetorical question. Of course, there is strong bipartisan support, and And I would simply point to the record of this Congress and this Democratic House of Representatives that has overwhelmingly passed resolutions condemning the BDS movement, the pernicious BDS movement. We've moved legislation that takes the Memorandum of Understanding negotiated between President Obama and Prime Minister Netanyahu and puts it into statute for the first time. And we've reaffirmed ironclad support for Israel's security. So there is a strong record of bipartisanship going back to Israel's the founding of the modern state of Israel and Harry Truman's recognition of that state, and that continues through today.
Liz, do you agree with that? I mean, do you agree with the assessment that the bipartisan support is still there and is still as strong as it always has been?
Well, first, I'm thrilled to be here and delighted to be here with my friend Ted Deutsch. I absolutely do, but I'm going to give a little bit of a warning. I think there's no question that on the key pillar, when it talks about our strategic relationship, that there's fundamental bipartisanship that goes back, as Ted says, to the founding of Israel. Decades and decades of bipartisan support, Democrat presidents and Republican presidents in Congress, as we've seen, as Ted said, from annual foreign aid packages, from the qualitative commitment to a qualitative military edge, to things that Ted has done where he's led efforts to show almost unanimous support for anti-BDS efforts. And I think if there was a resolution on the Abraham Accord, we'd see that as well. But there are always differences on some very specific issues. And we see that between Republicans and Democrats, between Democrats and Democrats, between the American Jewish community, and between Israel. You see it. Ongoing differences in debates on the Palestinian issues, on settlements. We saw it when George H.W. Bush had differences with Israel on loan guarantees, when President Obama had differences with many on the Iran deal. But here's my warning, and I'm sure we'll get into in the discussion, which is when policy disputes get brought up into manifest in partisan wedge issues. And those wedge issues get manifested when Democrats' beliefs and Republican issues gets translated into that is broader into support for Israel. We have debates in a hyper-partisan moment in America of whether wearing masks is a partisan issue, where you buy blue jeans and which kind of blue jeans you buy. And I grew up at a time where foreign policy was politics literally stopped at the water's edge. That's how I was taught. And Israel really transcended that. And I have great pride, I know Ted does too, that bipartisan support on Israel was always kind of the bedrock. We saw a Democratic leader, Steny Hoyer, and Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader, brought 70 freshmen a year ago to Israel, Democrats and Republicans, and how proud we can be. But it is concerning when some issues get wedged in there in a partisan way, and we need to be careful that that doesn't happen.
Congressman Deutsch, let me take that forward and ask you, what can Israel do, if anything, to keep itself from becoming a wedge issue? I mean, is this something that's dependent on Israeli actions, or is this something that's just simply out of our hands?
Well, I want to first follow to what Liz said, and I'll talk about Israel in a minute and what Israel can do. But more broadly, remember when we talk about the values of democracy and human rights and equality, those have always been the bedrock. That's been the bedrock of the relationship. And in these days in America, even those values, democracy, human rights, equality, are often viewed through a partisan lens, which is unfortunate and I think damaging. It's concerning. We can talk more about that. But as it relates to Israel and Israel's actions, there are those who would always prefer to see the United States support for Israel become a political issue. The other is better for the U.S.-Israel relationship when history has shown strong bipartisan support under Democratic and Republican administrations. The key is to not fall prey to that. I think our goal is to provide support for the U.S.-Israel relationship and making sure that it doesn't become a political issue. And Israel obviously is a strong democracy with a wide range of opinions that get hashed out on the floor of the Knesset and in a vibrant press. And one of the things that we have in common, and making sure that in neither country we allow the U.S.-Israel relationship to become partisan, for people to believe that only with one leader in America or in Israel, as opposed to another leader in America or Israel, will the relationship be strong? It's not accurate. It's concerning if some try to espouse those views. And we just have to continue to focus on those shared values that bring us together.
Well, let me take that forward then now. I mean, is there, there's a very close relationship now between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Is that something that in the long term, in your mind, is turning Israel into a political issue and that can be detrimental for Israel in the long term?
Well, look, I think, and I think we would all agree that a strong U.S.-Israel relationship is good for both of our countries in the long run. And look, I have concerns when the Trump administration, I have concerns when President Trump starts to make suggestions about who's better for Israel and whether Jews are being disloyal to Israel if they don't support a particular political view. First of all, that's nonsense. Secondly, it's by turning Israel and support for Israel into a political issue that we risk changing the nature of that relationship as it's existed for decades. What's good for Israel and for the United States is to continue the longstanding relationship between our two countries. That is not just between any two leaders. I think it's important for the leaders to get along. It's important for the leaders to be able to speak frankly to one another. But it is the strength of the relationship between our countries and between our people that has served both countries so well, and that we have to continue to focus on.
Can I just add something here? We don't want to fall into Israel doesn't want to fall into the partisan trap that Congressman Deutsch just talked about. And it's that mission to Israel that I talked about earlier, when the head of the Democratic Party and the head of the Republican Party take almost 100 members of the freshman class to Israel. But what we want to see, I was the political director at AIPAC almost 30 years ago. And I remember when it wasn't so natural for Republican members running for Congress to come into the halls of AIPAC to want to learn and want to engage with the American Jewish community. And now that would be almost absurd to think of that, because of course Republican members running for Congress want to come and learn and engage about Israel. And the truth is that Congress constantly changes over. Today, if you look at Congress, since 2014, 1/3 of the Senate has changed over. Half of the Congress has changed over. Even on the Republican side, since Donald Trump won, almost half of the Republicans have changed. So it is in our own interest in America to make sure that we're constantly meeting and engaging with members who are running for Congress to learn. So what should Israel do is not fall into the partisan trap. So when Donald Trump moves the embassy to Israel, moves the embassy to Jerusalem, which is something that we all celebrate, make sure Ted Deutsch is invited to come. That's a good thing. Donald Trump and Joe Biden should want U.S.-Israel relations to be bipartisan. When the UAA flight, which is fantastic, this is something we should all celebrate. Democrats and Republican congressional leaders should be on that flight. I think that's a great thing that would happen. And if it was a Democratic president, Republican legislators should be on. That is what is in Israel's interest, to celebrate bipartisan support.
Well, when you speak about the bipartisan support, look, I mean, there's a lot of concern here, a lot of attention here paid to American support for Israel. And when politicians are looking at the polls, right, they're seeing that, okay, Republican support is rock solid, Democrat support is strong, but there's a certain wing of the Democratic Party which Israel's having some problems with, and that's the progressive wing, with the Squad and whatnot. How concerned are you about their emergence in the Democratic Party and what that will do to the Israel-U.S. relationship?
Well, look, the Democratic caucus, the Democratic House, has been clear with the members that you referred to, has been clear in reaffirming our support for the U.S.-Israel relationship. There are members whose views I disagree with, and obviously in this case, I'm a longtime supporter of a two-state solution. I hope that the normalization of relations between Israel and the UAE might help prod the Palestinians back to the negotiating table when there's an opportunity to do that, so we can work again toward two states. And some of my colleagues now view this differently. Don't support a two-state solution, and I disagree with them. I obviously have enormous disagreements with those who think that it's somehow acceptable to single out Israel for boycott and to advance a movement that is founded upon the premise of a movement that has no place for a Jewish state in the Middle East. So there are differences with my colleagues. They know that. I've had those discussions. I raised the issue and will always stand firm where I believe they or any of my other colleagues are wrong. But the important thing to remember here is that when I'm standing firm in support of the U.S.-Israel relationship, I'm standing firm together with the overwhelming majority of my colleagues who stood with me to condemn BDS, who stood with me to unanimously advance our legislation to build upon and strengthen the U.S.-Israel relationship. So it is important for us to acknowledge that for all of the time that we spend focused on a handful of new members in the freshman class, for example, that we also recognize the large number of members of the freshman class who bring to Congress their backgrounds in national security and intelligence, who understand the importance of the relationship and who are quite outspoken in support of that relationship. And they will come back after they're reelected with even more power, with a Democratic caucus and a Democratic president, I believe, who will continue to stand with
Thank you. Liz, let me just turn this question to you for a second. What do you think that Israel can do to make inroads in with the progressives?
You know, about a couple, right after the 2016 election, I was asked to give a speech to a group of foreign policy leaders from all kinds of different organizations about how do you organize around foreign policy. What I didn't realize is it was sold to me a little differently, that it was a group about progressive foreign policy who were looking to put together a platform. I really sit kind of in the middle of the political spectrum when I organize, and they started talking about their progressive foreign policy platform. It was on climate, endless wars, and one person said, and one of our platforms is going to be the end the Israeli occupation. And I literally walked out because I realized this is not what I signed up for. And I thought about this really hard about, you know, what do we do? And I realized, you know, wait, I need to understand where this is coming from. I totally agree with Ted. I think it's a very, very small group of, and most of the freshman class is right where Ted talked about. But what I think Israel needs to understand is, you know, a lot of what we need to do in political world where I live is think about who the messengers are and what the message and how do you connect with. One of the issues here is young people and how they connect. I have two children who spent 13 years in Jewish day school. They have 8 Israeli cousins, 4 of which who are in the army. And as my youngest son says to me, who's 26 years old, says, "Mom, I am the outlier among my age group. And they are not like you, who you tell me all the time how you know, the David and Goliath stories of your youth, and that you were in a youth tour when in July 4th in 1976 in the raid of Entebbe. That is not the Israel that my contemporaries know." And so one of the things we need to talk about is how do the progressive left of the Democratic Party understand and engage Israel? Who are the messengers? How do they see Bibi Netanyahu, whether our listeners, you know, like him, support him or not, but to understand the perspective where that age group doesn't even see, their understanding connection of the Intifada is a very different way that they don't even see that. They see a very different issue, and we have to engage and understand. So I think there is a message, and a method. Pull out your phones and start thinking about how do we engage and break through. And Ted can talk about that from the elected officials and what they understand.
We just have, unfortunately, time for one last question, which I'd like to pose to both of you. And that's, again, there's a lot of talk here about the drift between the American Jewish community and Israel, that there's this gap, this chasm that's starting to open up. And my question is, to what degree does that impact on how politicians view Israel and their support of Israel? Is that an impressive, when they see that the American Jews are perhaps moving away, what does that do to their support? Congressman Deutsch?
Remember, most members of Congress don't come from places like Boca Raton, where I live. They don't have large Jewish communities. They come to this issue as one more important foreign policy issue for them to learn about. And the response for them is the same as the response for the progressives, just to close out that last question. I talk to progressives all the time about the things that we have in common, about ending the war in Yemen, about standing up for human rights, about standing up to autocrats and speaking up for democracy, and helping them understand, whether it's progressive Democrats or whether it's Republicans who are looking at these polls, helping them just understand that our democracy and the range of opinions that we have here is what we have in common with Israel in a region where that otherwise doesn't exist. And when they understand that, and when they hear from people across the political spectrum, then we move beyond just the conflict, which I think is important for us to do, and remember the aspirational vision of Israel, which is what has drawn so many people to work towards strengthening that relationship from the beginning.
Okay, well, on that note, unfortunately, we have to conclude. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for joining us. This is a topic that we can discuss for hours and hours, and hopefully we'll be able to do it at some other point. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Is Judaism a people or a religion? And what are the requirements for becoming a member of the tribe of the Jewish people? Are they cultural? Are they religious? Or are they both? Herb Kanan will again join us to lead our next panel to explore this vital topic.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. The panel we have now is one on conversion to Judaism. Are we a people or a religion? And with us in the studio, we have Chaver Knesset Elazar Stern from the Yesh Atid Telem Party. And abroad, we have Rabbi Yaakov Bleich, the chief rabbi of Kyiv in the Ukraine, and Rabbi Ari Folger, the chief rabbi of the Jewish community in Vienna. Since Chaver Knesset Stern is in the studio, I think we'll start with him.
Okay.
Chaver Knesset Stern, tell me please, in your estimation, is conversion in Israel too difficult? Should the process be made less stringent in order to enable more immigrants the opportunity to convert and become Jews?
Yeah, no doubt. The conversion in Israel, the conversion process, it's too difficult. Compared to what? Compared to too many issues. The first issue is about the reality in Israel. You know, maybe it was a miracle when our brother, sister came mainly from former Soviet Union. Many of them were even that they are grandchildren of Jewish, they not recognized according to the Jewish halacha, even though that they are ready to sacrifice their own life to defend the Jewish people. But then once we want to let them, give them the opportunity to convert, the demand is much more than the average Israeli. So we are not in the diaspora, they are already here. So the reality, if we are going to adapt the most severe way, we are bringing here the assimilation. The other issue, according to the generation, even to the biggest rabbi in Israel and the diaspora, many of them, not all of them, under these circumstances, adopted the easier way. You know, from the Rambam until Rabbi Unterman, if you want to go, or Rabbi Uziel, because once we understand it, you know, I, as a major general in the army, and as a religious guy, cannot understand, cannot agree to the situation that once one came to convert and declare, I want to be Jewish. I think that I'm Jewish, but if you want, I want to become Jewish, why no one asked him if you are ready to sacrifice your own life to defend the Jewish people? Why it's not a relevant question in the conversion process? According to my Judaism, it should be maybe the most important question there.
Let's turn to Rabbi Bleich. Rabbi Bleich, what do you think? Do you think that the conversion procedures in Israel should be made less stringent in order to welcome more converts into the people?
Let me tell you something. The Jewish people were never a proselytizing people. I understand member of Knesset Stern's concerns. I think that one of the major issues that he's dealing with is he's confusing the state of Israel and the Jewish people. You know, the Jewish people, never in the history of the Jewish people was one of the questions or the criteria to become Jewish is, are you willing to sacrifice your life for the Jewish people? It's obviously a great thing.
Only
it's
was
a very
good
great thing. And it was never part of the criteria. And the criteria are uniform. There's no such thing as, oh, this guy will make it easier, that guy will make it harder, because at that point we have lost the entire basis for conversion, which is the basis of someone living according to the Torah. Nowhere does it say that living in the state of Israel, the Rambam doesn't say if you live in the state of Israel, if you're willing to sacrifice your life, then we make it easier. So the idea is that there's a uniform approach. The approach is someone that accepts upon himself the laws of the Torah. This is how the Jewish people became a people, by saying Na'aseh v'nishma, and not because they were living in Israel. They weren't living in Israel at the time. They were living in the diaspora, obviously. They were still in the desert. He doesn't want to go to Ruth, but you can go to Ruth, you can go to the Rambam, you can go wherever you want. There still has to be a uniform policy which is based on Shulchan Aruch, which is based on Jewish law. And Jewish law doesn't change when you come to Israel to make it easier. If we want the Jewish people to retain that aspect of Jewish people, that's what's important. Now, Israel has another thing called citizenship, and they have an army. All these things are not relevant to the issue of conversion.
But Rabbi Bleich, let me ask you a question, though. I mean, do you not see an absurdity in a situation where you have a soldier who was killed fighting for the Jewish state? He feels himself Jewish, but he can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery?
Do I see an absurdity in it? I think that there has to be, again, you know, there are laws and there are laws. I think that this person should get the highest honors possible as someone who fought and gave his life for the Jewish people. No question about it. The question is, what are those honors? Those honors are to be buried in the Jewish cemetery, so then we're desecrating Jewish law with that. If we shall make a special honorary cemetery for the greatest honors on Mount Herzl, make a separate section for people that sacrifice their lives for the state of Israel. I'm not saying these people aren't deserving of honor. They're deserving of the greatest honor. The question is, what are you doing to honor them? That's it. And for us to decide that we're going to move things around because we want to honor this person. Listen, the righteous Gentiles that saved Jews during World War II also deserve the greatest honors. These are people that saved Jewish lives. And they also put their lives in danger. Many of them were killed for saving Jewish lives and for protecting Jewish lives. We can make them honorary Jews, but we can't make them Jews.
Chaver Knesset Stern, how do you answer that? There just can't be any
I think that
flexibility.
no one, even Rabbi Bleich, don't keep all the orders, all the mitzvot. So no doubt that you are living there. You are not here in Israel. There is no doubt, even according to the Rambam, about mitzvat Yishuv Eretz Israel. So no one keeps all the 613 mitzvot. Okay? So they came here and they thought, you know, we are ready to do everything. We want to become a part of the Jewish people, as Rabbi Bleich said. Okay? So, are you wearing tzitzit? And if not, even Rabbi Bleich, he is living there and I respect it. I think he does a great job there, okay? To serve the Jewish people. But of course, the mitzvah of Yishuv Eretz Israel, he's not there. So if they are say, okay, I want to kibud orim, I believe in the God. You know, like the Rambam said, מודיעים אותו מקצת מצוות קלות ומקצת מצוות חמורות ואין מעריכים בדבר. ואין מעריכים בדבר. So I don't want to compare Jewish here and Jewish there, okay? I want only to say that people, that we are not convince them to come, but they decided that they want to go through the process of conversion. Why we have to put so many difficulties in front of them, and we know that there are no in Kyiv, that there are many communities there. Because our grandchildren, they are going to get married with them. Because they are here, they serve, they work in the high-tech, in every place. So there is no one option, become Jewish or not, you know? Become Jewish, conversion, or assimilation. This is what we are doing. And I am really worried about the future of Israel as a Jewish state, because if we don't let them become Jewish, you know, say, okay, you know, we are here, it's good enough for us. The assimilation will be here, because they are not not people who think, you know, it's going to damage our life in Israel. Unfortunately, there are so many, so they can become a good Israeli with not conversion.
Rabbi Fogel, where do you stand on this? Do you think there should be some flexibility here in the conversion process in Israel, taking into account the realities of what 400,000 non-halachically Jewish Russian speakers who've come since 1990?
Well, I think that Chaver Knesset Stern, who, first of all, I would like to greet him for the wonderful thing that we meet again. Chaver Knesset Stern is making a number of assumptions which we need to test whether they're correct. One assumption he has made explicitly regarding EU standards. What are the demands in order for a conversion to be halachically valid, and have they shifted, and if so, why and how? That's an explicit assumption. There are also other assumptions, however, which we need to look at, and we also need to examine the assumption that I just mentioned. For example,
it's my pleasure to welcome Natan Sharansky, a Jewish hero, the winner of the Genesis Prize, and the former.
There will be a lot more candidates, and that the real the bottleneck is the conversion standards. Well, is that so? We have data that contradicts that. When the Ma'arach HaGiyur was founded, the intention was that would suddenly convert a lot more people in Israel under the aegis of the Rabbanut. But the numbers that were hoped for did not come. It seems like they're, unfortunately, many of those people that Chaver Knesset Stern is mentioning, that we're talking about, that you mentioned, are not particularly interested in the religious aspect. Not all of them, God forbid. We know many of them are, but many of them are not. And we need to respect. People make their choices. Some people want to be halachically Jewish, and some people make other choices in their lives. That's an assumption to test. Another assumption that Chaver Knesset Stern alluded to is that if we're not going to be converting these people easily, then we will have a major assimilation problem. We're talking about roughly, the estimates vary massively, but you mentioned roughly 400,000 citizens of the State of Israel that came under the law of return to Israel, or were born in Israel to parents who came under the law of return, and who are not halachically Jewish, that this will cause a problem of assimilation. Now, here's the problem. Not the problem, or rather maybe the solution. I don't know. A well-published doctoral candidate at an Israeli university by the name of Rabbi Eli Fisher has published data that shows that there is different fertility rates between different demographic groups in the State of Israel, like anywhere else, which is not surprising, and that particular demographic group has two demographic markers going in a sense against them. One thing is their fertility rate is lower, and the other one, what's going for the solution but against the problem persisting, is that there is a certain percentage that converts, disproportionately so. We're talking about women in childbearing age, so that the problem resolves itself by two ways over time. Perhaps we're trying to solve a problem that A, doesn't want our solution, and B, is solving itself partly over time on its own. So there are a number of assumptions here that need to be tested. And last but not least, we come back to the story of the conversion standards. I'd like to bring your attention to a letter by Chief Rabbi Herzog, who was the first chief rabbi of the state of Israel. At the establishment of the state, he was the chief rabbi. After the War of Independence, he wrote a letter to Rabbi what's his name? Rabbi Breisch in Zurich. And the topic was conversion standards, particularly regarding people who had been hidden by righteous Gentiles during World War II and fell in love with someone in the family and then made Aliyah or wanted to make Aliyah and suddenly have all these non-Jewish spouses. And the question was exactly the source which Chaver Knesset Stern quoted, namely that we should not, once we've gone through a minimal conversion program, we shouldn't insist too much, we shouldn't turn people away in a sense. We should try to, at some point, we pick the people up. And Rabbi Herzog very insightfully argued against the application of that principle in our society. Essentially, what we have is a contradiction between certain sources. If you test them by today's societal standards, it didn't used to be a contradiction. It only became a contradiction because people live differently nowadays than then. And Chief Rabbi Herzog points out that it used to be, if you converted to Judaism, you went to live in a Jewish quarter, and mimetically you started observing Judaism. There was no tension between the decision to become Jewish and not yet knowing what to do on the one hand, and on the other hand, the expectation that you would become a Torah observant Jew. That broke down in the modern period, and hence, Chief Rabbi Herzog argues, and that is the generally accepted argument, that because the Talmud and in its wake the Shulchan Aruch and all those other sources insist that Kabbalat Ol Mitzvot, accepting the yoke of the commandments, is an inherent part of conversion. Therefore, we must be realistic. We must understand that in a world in which the vast majority of Jews are not strictly observant, that just saying I am Jewish or I want to be Jewish isn't going to turn someone into someone who lives the religious
Rabbi
life.
Fogel, understood. Unfortunately, we have to move on. We only have another 4 minutes. So I just want to ask another question to Chaver Knesset Stern. There's now a discussion about changing the law of return, the Chok HaShvut, which allows for the non-Jewish descendants, grandchildren of a Jew, to make Aliyah, to come to Israel. Do you think that there's room to change that? Should this be changed because of that?
I don't recommend to open the law of return, okay? But I want Rabbi Folger and also Rabbi Bleich to understand the reality here that every day we enjoy another 15 new babies, newborn, they are not recognized as Jewish. You know, among us here in Herzliya, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, you name it, okay? And all of them, they are Zera Israel. They are not someone from Gentile who came and say, I want to become Jewish. All of them, they have grandparents, Jewish, according to the halacha. So if we still think that we have to adapt the most severe way, you know, it's not an assumption. You know, I agree with Rabbi Folger, but not who is the guilty that knows so many wants to become Jewish, go through even the easier conversion process. But, you know, when I founded it in the army, till now, we have only in the army, and it was approved by Rabbi Yosef. I went to Rabbi Yosef before I began, close to 13,000. You know how many kids they already have? So what I think, according to, unfortunately, I wasn't surprised that this initiative was by Smotrich, which is very, unfortunately, too extremist. If he wants to open it, so go to the fourth generation. You know, not to the second, to the fourth. But what I prefer, to leave the law of return in the current situation.
Rabbi Bleich, what do you think about that, changing the law of return?
I think that the law of return has no basis in Jewish law. It was taken from the Nuremberg laws because of the way Jews are persecuted. I think that today the law is obsolete and being abused by grandchildren of people that are coming without their grandparents. There should at least have been something that when they come with that live grandparent who's Jewish, okay? The Chok HaNechadim is what's causing more assimilation. And I just want to point out that the ideas that Chaver Knesset Stern are coming with have been tried by the reform and conservative movements in the West, to try and make the laws of conversion easier, and they thought that that way they'll have more Jews, and it only led to
It's
more
not allowed to
assimilation.
make it easier. It's to give every chief rabbi of towns in Israel the right to convert. And you know that according to the halacha, every rabbi can establish a Beit Din.
Okay.
Yeah?
Rabbi
That I
Fogel.
agree with. You're talking
Okay,
about
yeah, this was my initiative.
Rabbi Fogel, we have another minute. Let me just give you the last word here and ask you this question. Chaver Stern was talking about the reality in Israel, that we have to take into account the reality in Israel. Don't you think that there is something to that? I mean, things have changed. We have a real dynamic situation here. My grandkids are going to be going into the army with the grandkids of people who are not Jewish because they can't convert. What's going to happen? How do you deal with that reality?
I live with that reality since I'm a rabbi, because the communities in which I have served and continue to serve have not only Jews who are members of the community, but also non-Jews who are somehow related, who are part of the larger ecosystem. So I know what you're talking about. Let me suggest a more fruitful solution, building off something that Chaver Knesset Stern wants. The idea of having more Batei Din, but with standards. The Rabbinical Council of America, for example, has instituted a network of Batei Din with uniform standards, and they realize that what really matters, if you want to have enough conversions, is good service, good accompaniment. That's what we need.
100%.
There is a Chok HaShvuot. We have a responsibility to go and reach out to these people and make a greater involvement in traditional life to be more attractive, something that's obvious. And
that's our next panel.
Thank you, Rabbi Fogel. That has to be for the next panel. Unfortunately, our time is up.
We can
Thank
agree.
you both, and thank you, Chaver Knesset Stern.
Our next panel should be about reforming the rabbinical system in Israel.
Okay. Thank you.
Toda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Making it user-friendly.
Bye. Thanks.
Between 1791 and 1917, 1/3 of the Jews of Europe lived in Ukraine, within the Pale of Settlement. The large number of Jews in the region became a frequent target of harassment, attacks, and pogroms. What are the attitudes of non-Jews in Ukraine today towards Jews, Judaism, and the State of Israel? Our next panel will discuss this critical subject.
Thank you. Welcome to the panel, How Anti-Semitic is Ukraine, part of the second annual Kyiv Jewish Forum. We have with us today really an all-star lineup of panelists. I'd like to tell you a bit about them. First off, we have Dmytro Kuleba, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. We have Ambassador Joel Leon, Ambassador of the State of Israel to Ukraine. We also have Katarina von Schnurbein, European Commission Coordinator on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. And finally, we have Rabbi Andrew Baker, the personal representative of the OSCE Chairman in Office on combating anti-Semitism and Director of the International Jewish Affairs of the American Jewish Committee. And we're going to be discussing a subject that is extremely important to our understanding of modern Ukraine and also to Ukraine's development as a democratic and European state. It's not a secret that in Jewish history, Ukraine has often been regarded as an anti-Semitic country, a country that is perhaps seen as more anti-Semitic than its neighbors. But the situation is not necessarily the same today. It's a lot more complicated. And opinions differ as to how widespread anti-Semitism is in Ukraine. In March 2018, the Pew Research Center found that only 5% of Ukrainians would not accept Jews as fellow citizens, a figure that was significantly lower than in neighboring countries. However, an Anti-Defamation League survey found that between 2016 and 2019, the number of Ukrainians holding anti-Semitic views rose from 32% to 46%. But as with virtually anything, both of these results are controversial, and the situation is quite complicated. What is the situation with anti-Semitism in Ukraine today, and what can the country do to fight it? That's the subject of our discussion. We'll begin by letting each of our panelists give a short introductory statement. So I now hand it over to Minister Kuleba.
Hi, hello to everybody. It's my pleasure and honor to join you on this panel. Well, I firmly believe that there is no place for anti-Semitism in any country of the world, and Ukraine is no exception. This is the founding principle that every country should be based on. No anti-Semitism, no anti-human feelings. We should build societies that are founded on trust and mutual understanding and on tolerance. Of course, history in this part of the world has been very difficult, but for me and for millions of my compatriots, Jewish community, Jews, have always been an integral and an indispensable part of our society. You know, my father comes from eastern Ukraine, from Poltava region, from a very small village, which is about 15 kilometers away from the nearest road connecting Kyiv and Poltava. And he never knew that Jews lived in the village in that very village. Only a couple of years ago, when we gained access to archives, did we realize that there were a couple of Jewish households in that village. And the history of that mutual cohabitance was erased with Second World War to the deepest regrets. But I think this very simple fact shows how Ukrainians and Jews shared the same land, same villages, same life for many, many years before the bloodshed started. I'm absolutely confident that both social nationalism and international socialism represented by the regimes of Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin were deeply anti-Semitic. I do remember the history of Jews in the Soviet Union, all the limitations and difficulties that they had to experience. And I think that we do have to remember history and treat it like history. But we should build a country where no one feels insecure, where everyone's contribution to the society, to the reputation of the country, to its development is appreciated. And for me, it doesn't matter whether someone is a Jew or a Pole or a Ukrainian, as long as he or she cares for the good of this country, we are all one. We all live in one society. We are the fabrics of that society. When it comes to the past, of course, it's easy to fall victims of, generalization. Coming to general conclusions, labeling nations or parts of the nation for being good or bad. But I believe that it would make a lot of sense to focus on facts and always remember that responsibility for a crime is personal. This is the founding principle of a criminal law, of a national criminal law, but also of an international criminal law. There is always someone who violates the law and commits a crime. And in that sense, I'm absolutely confident, and I believe this has been the practice in Ukraine, that anyone committing an anti-Semitic act should bear responsibility for its wrongdoing, for its crime. This is clear. If you violate the law, you have to bear responsibility for that. While honoring the past, I'm really looking forward. I'm a forward-looking person, and Ukrainians whom I see around me also seem to be forward-looking. And in Ukraine that we are building, I want it to be a country, a multinational country, not only including those nations and communities which have been part of us for hundreds of years, like Jews, like Crimean Tatars, like Hungarians, like others, but any nation, any race, any religion should be welcome in Ukraine. And in that context, I would like to recall the recent decision of the president of Ukraine to recognize Rosh Hashanah as a national holiday in Ukraine and also some Muslim festivities were recognized. This is the country we are building. The country that stands against aggression, but that accepts all nations, all religions, and all races as part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now hand it over to Ambassador Leon.
Thank you very much, and hello again to all the friends around. The question was how anti-Semitic is Ukraine today? You said that there are the reports and the surveys that gave some answers. I'm looking at the facts. First of all, we will have to ask the question, when we ask Ukraine, what is Ukraine? Are we talking about the government, or are we talking about the people? Are we talking about all the people, or are we talking about certain categories of people? So first of all, it should be clear, and Minister Kuleba said it, and not only said it, but I see also the facts. The Ukrainian government is far, far, far from being anti-Semitic. The Ukrainian government is doing everything that he can in order to fight anti-Semitism. The second thing is about the question about the people. The questions of anti-Semitism is what is anti-Semitism? And the differences, if there is anti-Semitism or not in Ukraine, are coming because of the lack of definition of anti-Semitism. For a little bit more than 2 years now here in Ukraine, I am calling upon the Ukrainian government to adopt the definition, the working definition of IRA, of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, the working definition and anti-Semitism, in order to have a common basis to see what is an anti-Semitic act. Because if monuments to the victims of the Shoah was desecrated by somebody, it shouldn't be seen as a hooligan act, but as an anti-Semitic act. According to the legislation in Ukraine, this act will be pursued as hooliganism and not as anti-Semitism. So when I'm coming and saying that there are hundreds of anti-Semitic acts in Ukraine, the Ukrainian officials are telling me, no, there are only 13 or 20, because according to their definition, anti-Semitism is something else. The second point is anti-Semitism in the social media. We see hundreds of posts who are very anti-Semitic and very offensive to the Jewish nation. Nothing can be done against this because the Ukrainian legislation doesn't see it as anti-Semitic. So we have, first of all, to have our common basis. What is anti-Semitism and what can we do? We proposed to Ukraine to have some seminar to fight anti-Semitism, because the basics of fighting anti-Semitism is education of law enforcement officers, education of teachers. Again, yes, there is anti-Semitism in Ukraine. It is not a governmental anti-Semitism. It is not an institutional anti-Semitism, but there is a high level of anti-Semitism in Ukraine, and together we have to do everything to fight it. The State of Israel, together with Ukraine, in order to have a better future for both our nations.
Thank you. I'll now hand the floor over to Ms. von Schnurbein.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here in this round. I would like to respond to what the foreign minister said, and also Ambassador Leon, because I think it fits very well with what we have been trying to do also on European level. First of all, with regards to the past, I think it's difficult to build a future without coming to grips with the past. We have that experience in the European Union, how painful it can be, how difficult it can be, but also how necessary it is. And in that regard, we have supported independent research about the Holocaust to ensure that we can look at the facts, as the foreign minister said, and ensure that that our narratives don't get disturbed by the way we see the Second World War in particular, and the fact that the Ukraine was a victim on the one side, but on the other side, of course, there was also collaboration of individuals, as was also already mentioned. So to ensure that there is a clear understanding of the past and the way that the Jewish community of Ukraine has been treated, has suffered, and was killed in Ukraine, also in collaboration. On the one side, and the other side, the fact that, of course, Ukraine was also a victim of Nazi Germany. So this, I think, is an important basis to start addressing anti-Semitism today as well. And we started in the European Union, and as you may know, that also, in the EU we have an enormous issue when it comes to addressing anti-Semitism, and we have to acknowledge that we need to, in all different areas of society. And my position was actually created 5 years ago only to in a systematic way look at what can be done. One thing that we did, and I fully agree with Ambassador Leon on this, is the fact that you can't fight it if you can't define it. We need to know what anti-Semitism is and what the various bits are today in order to be able to address it. And that means knowing the sources and knowing the groups where it comes from, but also knowing the various forms in which it can be expressed, from right-wing racist, Christian, Islamist anti-Semitism to also left-wing anti-Semitism when it comes to anti-Zionism. So all these different forms need to be addressed, and the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition that I believe the Jewish Youth Organization tried to get adopted some 2 years ago is in Ukraine is a good instrument. We adopted it in a declaration in the European Parliament in 2017, and in 2018 all EU states by unanimity adopted a declaration against anti-Semitism, in which they also recommend the use of this definition, because it helps to see how, for example, anti-Semitic incidents can be recognized and then also become part of the data collection. When police and law enforcement encounter an anti-Semitic act, they need to know whether it is one or not, and in which category to place this incident, in order to get a real picture of how the situation truly is for the Jewish community. And therefore, we think that this non-legally binding definition is a good starting point. And by now, 18 EU member states have adopted this definition, not only with regards to law enforcement, but also with regards, for example, to addressing anti-Semitism through education in the schools and in societal environments. Finally, the issue of addressing also online anti-Semitism. I think we have seen also through COVID now that on the one side, conspiracy myths have significantly increased during the lockdowns and during the rise of the COVID pandemic. And very quickly, we saw that there is a connection between general conspiracy ideas of where does this virus come from? It must come from somewhere, and blaming it on the Jewish community. And therefore, we saw in the different languages in various online circles that anti-Semitic remarks increased, and we see it now that it is happening from, say, the online sphere to the concrete world, with demonstrations we see against corona measures that overlap with anti-Semitic expressions and are connected to different extremist groups, from right-wing extremism to left-wing. It's a very broad mix, and it's very dangerous and needs to be addressed. And conspiracy myths, however, are not necessarily illegal. We have in Europe also legislation that requests rather we have a code of conduct that, based on legislation, obliges the platforms to take down illegal hate speech according to European legislation that is flagged to them within 24 hours. And there we see that there has been an improvement with regards to the takedowns on the one side, but in particular with regards to the responsibility that the platforms take with regards to keeping their platforms clean. We are far from what actually should, how clean the platforms should be, but we see that there has been progress, and we believe that we need to address both the conspiracy myths, also because the road from conspiracy myths to actual hate crime in the real world is very short, and addressing hate speech by taking it down simply because it is illegal, and of course also because it is very harmful. Many of the attackers and terrorists that have attacked Jewish premises in the EU have radicalized themselves through the internet. And a recent study from Italy says that on the internet, people radicalize 4 times faster than in the real world. So it is essential to address hate speech online and conspiracy myths online. We think that it is important to ensure these structural changes and to see that we need long-term efforts in order to ensure that there is a sustainability in pushing back anti-Semitism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Rabbi Baker.
Thank you for this opportunity. I regret that we can't all be together in person in Kyiv. We're all obviously living through this pandemic, this coronavirus. And it brings to mind really a common analogy frequently used to explain anti-Semitism is sometimes to speak of it as a virus. It's a virus that can become severe, even lethal. It's a virus that perhaps can diminish. Unlike the COVID virus, there's no vaccine, and there will be no vaccine to eliminate anti-Semitism. So it might be useful to think of the various things that we're all doing now to try to at least mitigate the problem of the current virus as a way of understanding how to deal with anti-Semitism. We obviously know how important it is to identify sources of this virus, to track and trace people that have come down with it. It really goes to the very serious challenge of identifying anti-Semitism in society. I won't repeat what the previous speakers said about the value of a common, comprehensive, working definition of anti-Semitism that many governments have already adopted, and surely we all hope Ukraine will do that as well. If you're going to deal with anti-Semitism, as it's been said, you need to define it. You need to understand it. That's the first step that we all need to take. In identifying anti-Semitism, we have various ways also of categorizing it, measuring it, recording it. That's why it's so important that government, local and regional and national agencies collect data on anti-Semitism, recognize incidents for what they are, not, as it's been said, necessarily just acts of vandalism, but when Jewish sites are targeted, when anti-Semitic phrases or symbols are used, those are incidents of anti-Semitism. We need to identify them. Additionally, we know that there are steps that need to be taken, again, as we deal with the virus, to at least, if we can't eliminate it, to mitigate its spread. What kind of protective measures can be taken? And there too, I think we look throughout Europe in general, individual countries, at the importance of providing security for Jewish communities, for institutions, for synagogues, for schools, and also for Jews simply walking on the street. This is a problem that may be more severe in some countries than others, but it's something that we already have through the OSCE, European-wide measures, strategies, specific steps that governments should be taking to deal with the challenge of anti-Semitism. I think as well, we need to minimize the spread. Now, you referenced at the beginning two surveys with rather contradictory reports, the Pew survey and the one conducted by ADL. I think it also points, it should be obvious to the measured but limited value of surveys, although they are one tool we have to use, but also depending on questions and responses, how that may be measured. In particular, the Pew survey found that in general questions about attitude toward Jews, those in Ukraine had rather positive views, and they expressed that. The ADL survey referenced specific anti-Semitic stereotypes, and in this case, they seem to resonate at a much higher percentage. Now, that doesn't mean that the people that held those anti-Semitic stereotypes, issues such as conspiracy theories about Jews and so on, were themselves anti-Semitic, but the views they held were. So it really goes, I think, to the importance of education, of people understanding what are such negative views, what they mean, and also, which those general surveys will not share, what impact they have on local Jewish communities, on their own sense of comfort, of security in the larger society. This is an issue that the minister at the beginning spoke to, the role of the government in Ukraine to ensure the safety and security, to combat anti-Semitism. But the environment itself is also susceptible to the various impact of history, of events that have really had dramatic, tragic consequences for the pre-war, the pre-Holocaust Jewish population in Ukraine that was so numerous, that contributed so much to Ukrainian life and culture. And so we see, again, it's not unique to Ukraine. It's something we see in the region more generally. First, the Holocaust had such a direct and significant impact. As observers have pointed out, the Holocaust in Ukraine and much of the former Soviet Union was, as Father Patrick Dubois, who's researched this, termed it a Holocaust by bullets. We know Jews were taken from various towns and villages throughout Ukraine, marched only a short distance out of those towns, and shot and buried in mass graves. All done, at least witnessed by local Ukrainian residents, in some cases assisted, perhaps under duress, but assisted nonetheless by those people. And dealing with that history after half a century under communist domination has not been easy really for any country. But it's also one that in Ukraine has posed very difficult problems in addressing forthrightly. Those two are matters that really will impact on how Jews today see themselves, understand their place in the larger society, in this case, in Ukrainian life and culture. You put those things together, and I think we can devise very specific methods, techniques, tools, actions on the part of government, hopefully reinforced by leaders in civil society, that will do what is possible. Again, not necessarily to eliminate anti-Semitism. It is present where all of us live, but at least to really reduce its impact and make the society itself a more open, a more tolerant, a more respectful one, in which the Jewish community today, still a significant community throughout Europe, will see itself having a full and positive future in its life in the country today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All these statements have been extremely interesting. I mean, it's sort of in some ways derailed the questions I already had planned for you. So I'd like to start with a question to Minister Kuleba about what efforts is the government of Ukraine taking to combat anti-Semitism, and do you think that Ukraine will adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism?
Thank you. Well, I would like to echo what Ambassador said, and I appreciate his recognition that there is no government or any institutional anti-Semitism in Ukraine. The government does very simple things. The government reacts promptly when an act of anti-Semitism is committed, and we've been already through one of these situations with Ambassador over the last months since my appointment. We react firmly, promptly, leaving no doubts about the fact that we do not tolerate and accept anti-Semitic behavior in Ukraine. A large part, of course, is about education, and I agree that we should educate people about horrors of the past, but also about the future of the country that is built on mutual understanding between different nations. And the tragedy of Ukrainians, of what we suffered from communists, and an act of genocide was committed against us by Bolsheviks, by Stalin regime, makes us understand very well what national tragedies are about. And in that sense, we fully understand the pain and the horror of Shoah. I would also like to, when it comes to the definition, if I remember properly, in 2016, it was not Ukraine who blocked the adoption, the endorsement of this definition at the OSCE ministerial. Ukraine was ready to endorse it at the OSCE. We publicly supported the adoption of this definition in 2018 and 19 at the OSCE level as well. And after the visit of recent visit of Prime Minister of Israel Netanyahu to Ukraine, the government officially instructed all relevant agencies to consider the issue formally, officially, and provide its opinion on how to proceed with it. Finally, I would like to make a very short comment before I leave the stage in a couple of minutes, and I will have to apologize. We can, of course, refer to many different surveys. We can share our impressions personal impressions of the level of anti-Semitism that we observe on social media or elsewhere. But the best answer to the question how anti-Semitic Ukrainian society is came in 2019, and this is the best survey you can get. When 73% of Ukrainian population, 73% of Ukrainians voted for a man with roots as president of Ukraine. I think this is the best answer we can get. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to, in that case, move on to another question that I think is very important. We've discussed already what kinds of anti-Semitism exist in Ukraine, but this is not a unique issue for Ukraine. There are other countries in Europe that have similar issues, as Ms. von Schnurben spoke about. What are some lessons that Ukraine can learn from the European experience of combating anti-Semitism and implement in its own country?
Well, I think it's not for the EU to teach lessons on how to address anti-Semitism. I think we are all in a situation where we struggle with actually finding the right answers. However, what I can say and see also now from different developments is that the challenge is to address address it in a structural way, in a sustainable manner. That means that, for example, when it comes to education, that there is a holistic approach as to how we see the past, how we look at the contribution of Ukrainian Jews to Ukrainian society before the Holocaust, and then what the Shoah actually meant in that case also for Ukrainian society, and what it means when we see anti-Semitic acts today. And I think this is an important understanding, that the focus really on Jewish life and the tragedy of the Shoah in that context. And we try to do that. Also, we have a European Holocaust remembrance infrastructure that we finance, where we link the different organizations that look at the historic facts of the Shoah, but also are engaged in educational efforts. I think that the membership in IRA can actually be very helpful in this. The Ukraine is not yet member of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, but this could be something to be considered, because it is it allows for independent research and for an exchange also of experts and researchers on this issue. And the other important aspect is to ensure that anti-Semitism is made visible, that people actually understand what it is. And that can be done either by ensuring that not only the hate crime or the hateful acts of anti-Semitism are being recorded, as is often the case by the police, but also anti-Semitic acts that are maybe below that threshold, but are very poison the everyday life of the Jewish community. And I believe that for that purpose, the IRA definition can also be helpful, and is something that we are trying now in cooperation with the Jewish community to improve in the European member states. Actually, the declaration that the member states signed in 2018 agreed that every member state would have a national action plan against anti-Semitism that looks at the different aspects, from security to education to data collection to the way anti-Semitism is being addressed and portrayed also in the media across the board, pardon, and puts all of this together in a national strategy. And we believe that these national strategies can help to have a systemic approach and systematic approach, and reach out to as broad a public society, but also the national structures from the national to the local level. So this holistic approach seems very important. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing, yes, Minister Kuleva.
I just wanted to apologize, with your permission. I have to wrap up, unfortunately, but I want to say that it was my great pleasure to meet all of you online. Vienna and Brussels, OSCE and the European Union are very dear to my heart. I have never been to Israel yet, but I'm sure that once I'm there, it will become close to my heart as well. And this is not a hint that you should invite me. Mr. Moderator, thank you for your excellent moderation. I wish you a very successful and meaningful end of this conversation, and I look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Rabbi Baker, I think you wanted to say something here.
A couple of points when you talk about what can be learned from other countries. I think confronting the history of the Holocaust is a particularly challenging issue for those countries where it took place. What we saw going back some years now was the creation of international historical commissions as a way to provide a clear and critical evaluation of what happened. This is something perhaps Ukraine can draw from. I mean, you do have two centers focused on Holocaust research and education in Kyiv and in Dnep, and they're doing important work, but spreading what they do to the larger society, incorporating it into educational programs, still are things that can be drawn from, again, other countries and what they're doing. I think it's also critical that OSCE has identified commitments to which Ukraine has adhered or sworn to uphold, that really go to the importance of collecting data so we know the problem and we know where it takes place. This is something that much more, I think, can be done in Ukraine. The minister also referenced in 2016 efforts for the OSCE as a collective body to endorse that IHRA working definition, and he's right in saying only one country really stood in the way of adoption, that was Russia. But since then, that definition has been adopted nationally by some 24 European countries. And it's, I think, that measure, and at our last gathering of this Kyiv Jewish Forum, we heard the expectation about adopting the definition and also, as Katrina referenced, joining IHRA itself, which would be a valuable resource for Ukraine, particularly when it comes to addressing questions of Holocaust history and Holocaust remembrance.
Thank you for that, for those points, because they actually lead me to the next question I'd like to ask. And unfortunately, this will have to be our final question. You mentioned that it's difficult sometimes to address the Holocaust in those countries where it happened. And Ukraine is certainly one country where this issue arises, the issue of historical memory, where there are figures in Ukrainian history who are viewed by some people in Ukraine as heroes, but are also implicated by historians in collaboration with the Nazis in violence against Jews and Poles. Ambassador Leon, you've been very outspoken on this issue. I'd like to know from your point of view, what would you like to see Ukraine do on this issue of historical memory?
As we said before, I mean, the first thing to do is to, what Sigmund Freud was saying, first of all, in order to understand that you are sick, you have to know that you have a problem. Only if you understand that you have a problem, then you can cure this sickness, or as Andrew said, it's this virus that you have. If you don't know that you have it and you do not acknowledge the fact that you have it, it will be very hard to cure it. I think that Ukraine has to see into their heroes. It is very offensive for Jewish people to see a hero called Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who in Jewish history is the symbol of the pogroms of the Cossacks coming and killing Jews. It is very offensive for the Jewish people to see soldiers from Ukrainian origin who are wearing SS uniforms and are seen as heroes of Ukraine. I'm not judging right now if they were war criminals or they weren't war criminals. For us, as the Jewish people who saw these uniforms in Ukraine as the last thing that they saw, it was this SS uniform that they saw. For the Jewish people, and we, the State of Israel, as the voice, we see ourselves as the voice of the Jewish people, we cannot accept the fact that a person who wears an SS uniform is seen as a hero. So that's the question that we ask Ukraine. Are you able to look back to your history to see who are the real heroes? Are killers of Jews and Poles heroes? Or are musicians, generals who were not involved in war crimes? They are heroes? Who are your heroes? Because a nation is defined by its heroes. So yes, I am very loud about the fact that Ukraine is glorifying people who were wearing the SS uniform or who killed Jews and Poles.
I'd like to ask you one final quick question about this. Where do you think that this reconsideration or this look at who heroes are should begin? Does it begin with education of children? Does it begin on a government level? Does it begin with historians? Where should that happen?
Historians. We proposed Ukraine to have a historical commission, Israel and Ukraine, not to talk only about the Holocaust or the period before the Holocaust, but about 1,500 years of cohabitation of Jews and Ukrainians, to have this historical commission and to begin the work.
Would anybody else like to comment on addressing an issue like this?
Let me comment briefly, if I may. The challenge we see, by the way, is taking place elsewhere in Europe and by the way, here in the United States as well, as we wrestle with a history, at least in America, of national leaders that were also very much in a former time complicit in a racist society, slave owners and the rest. We're not, I think, correctly canceling this history, but we're really challenged about telling the full story of these figures. I think we've seen in other countries in Europe fascist era leaders that have been rehabilitated and honored in a post-communist world, despite the fact, knowingly or not in that society, that they were very much involved in the murder of Jews. It's at least a debate that the society itself needs to have. And that's something that really has been lacking in various places, and Ukraine is one of them. So I think, as Ambassador Leon rightly indicates, a first step to address this would be an international historical commission. The goal, though, is not only to bring something into the educational curricula and the like, but also to the public at large. And there are various forms for promoting public education, museum, debates, discussions. All of those are things that I think could be a very healthy step for countries, in this case for Ukraine, to take.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank all our panelists for joining us today. It's really great as a moderator when you only have to give a few questions and the discussion just flows in such an interesting direction. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone. It was so great to see you. I think years I haven't seen all these good friends that I see here on the screen. So thank you to the Kyiv Jewish Forum to put us together.
Hopefully next year in Kyiv.
Yes.
Indeed.
Definitely.
Yes. Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's my pleasure to welcome Natan Sharansky, a Jewish hero, the winner of the Genesis Prize and the former chairman of the Jewish Agency.
Dear friends, first of all, I want to congratulate Jewish Confederation of Ukraine and its leader, Boris Loshkin, with organizing this second forum. It's so important that in spite of the difficult political, social, health situation, we, Jews of Israel and Jews of Ukraine, Jews of the world, will keep strengthening our family. So thank you. Second, I want to tell you that when I was a minister in Israeli government, and when I was the head of Jewish Agency, and now when I'm the chairman of ISGAP Institute, which is dealing with the global anti-Semitism, I had to challenge many anti-Semitic forces. And each time we see that there are two types of anti-Semitism that you have to deal with. One is a classical, traditional anti-Semitism with the prejudices against Jews. That Jews, we can hear it today in many countries, Jews are bringing this financial falling apart of the country, or Jews are not loyal to their country, or Jews are creating instability by encouraging immigration in our country. You can hear this today, deep distrust and sometimes hatred of the Jewish community. The other type of anti-Semitism, so-called new anti-Semitism, is all about Israel. How Israel is making genocide towards Palestinians. How Israel continues colonial policy of the imperialism. How Israel is violating the basic human rights of its citizens. And what a bad country it is in general. So, in fact, we are presented all the time as if with two different phenomena. And our enemies try to convince us that these are two different phenomena. On one hand, our enemies say, of course we love Jews, we are not racist. But this remnant of colonialism of the state of Israel, it has to be boycotted. On the other hand, there are people who say, of course we respect Jewish state, it's such a strong fighter against terrorism. But these liberal Jews who are destroying our country. And we have again and again to remind to ourselves that that's the same phenomenon, this demonization, delegitimization, and double standard towards Jews is continued by demonization and double standard towards the state of Israel. Why it is easy for us, those who came from the Soviet Union, to understand it? Because in the Soviet Union, where I grew in Ukraine, in Stalino, and then Donetsk, we knew very well that the attacks against cosmopolites and the attacks against Zionists is the same attacks of those who hate our people, our culture, and our state. And what was also very important then, that it went together with the denial of Holocaust. I was born and grew in Donetsk near the second biggest grave of Holocaust, and we knew nothing about it. And then how Babi Yar came into our life. When we heard the song of Yevtushenko, who was raising this voice, why there is no memorial of Babi Yar? And it was immediately shut this voice by big propaganda. How dare you to respect us in anti-Semitism? We, those who saved Jews we don't need special memorials. So Babi Yar became the biggest symbol of the Holocaust, symbol of Jews who were killed by bullets. And we have to remember, not only 33,000 Jews were killed in 2 days in Babi Yar, but 1.5 million Jews all over Eastern Europe were killed in Yars by bullets. But it also became the symbol of this effort, systematic effort of Soviet regime to deny Holocaust, to erase its memory, because they knew how it is important for Jews, for their self-confidence, for their national pride, how the memory of Holocaust and the connection with Israel is important. And that's why today, when I, together with the other members of the board of Holocaust, Babi Yar Holocaust Project, have this unique opportunity not to forget those our relatives and those our family and those of Jewish people and also non-Jews who were killed in such an awful way in Babi Yar. It's not only unique opportunity to fulfill our obligation towards those who were killed. Of course, we have to do it and to restore every name. It's not only unique obligation towards Ukraine to face the past and to be proudly the country which shows example to all the Europe how it is important to restore the memory about Holocaust by bullets. But it is also very important in our struggle against global antisemitism. Antisemitism on the left and on the right, which is growing every day in Europe, in the USA, and of course in Muslim world. And by reminding how it is important that all the world will stand against this evil of antisemitism and of Holocaust, we can guarantee our future of our people, future of the proud place of Ukraine in the family of the people, and also successful future for our struggle against global antisemitism. I'm Israel Kai. Have a very good conference. Thank you very much.
On September 29th to the 30th, in 1941, more than 33,000 Jews were murdered at the edge of Kyiv, near the Babi Yar ravine. What lessons can be learned from this tragic event, the part of the Jewish history? How can and should it be remembered by the people of Ukraine? Our next panel will explore this critical subject.
Thank you. So the panel that we're going to launch now is called Babi Yar, Exploring the Past for the Better Future. And we have a really distinguished panel now with us. Alexander Kwasniewski, President of Poland in 1995-2005. Vitaly Klitschko, the Mayor of Kyiv. And Ilya Khrzhanovsky, Artistic Director of the Babi Yar Holocaust Memorial Center. Thank you for taking part in this, and we expect, of course, a discussion which will leave no doubt about what is happening, why it is happening, and what is the importance of what you are all trying to do. When I read again and again the title of the discussion, Exploring the Past for the Better Future, I think that it is about also exploding the past that explodes within every one of us when we get to know the truth, the horrible truth about what has happened. When I read about the better future, I think that probably any future is better than what we have lived through, and better than this memory. Sometimes we shy away from the memory because it is so horrible, but some people say, and I agree with them, that you have to know it in all its depth in order to avoid a repetition or replication in the future. Also, when talking about exploring the past, we have to think about how to avoid exploding exploit in the past. So this is what I invite you to speak on in your opening statements. Please try to keep to 5 minutes each. Why is it important? How to avoid mistakes in presenting what has happened, and why the project now has amassed some criticism aimed at it, at what you are going to do about this criticism. So, Mr. Kwasniewski, President Kwasniewski, please do start.
Answering your questions, I want to start with such famous Latin sentence, historia magistra vitae. So the history is the teacher of life. And frankly speaking, that is true. But unfortunately, we are very, very bad pupils in this school. So we don't know the history, we ignore the history, we repeat the mistakes of the history and so on. So in my opinion, our idea is extremely important because we want to say truth, I repeat again, truth about the history. Very tragic, very dramatic history of Holocaust on Ukrainian soil, organized by Nazis, which caused millions of victims. In Babi Yar, it was many thousands of victims. And I think that is our first task, to repeat again what happened and to show all these historical circumstances and everything what happened in this dramatic period. That is a task number one, to say truth, I underline again, truth about the history. No our truth, no some gray elements of the truth, but the real truth, facts, 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 and everything what means truth. The second point of our activity is commemorate these people, because that is something what is absolutely unacceptable. In many places of the world, especially in my country, in Poland, we have such places of death camps, concentration camps, Auschwitz-Birkenau, but we can name the victims, we can call the names of the victims, names and surnames. Here in Kyiv, here in Ukraine, because of the actions of Einsatzgruppen, we cannot even call the names of these people. So I think our task, our very, very important goal is really to commemorate these people, to name all these victims by names, by surnames, places of birth, etc., etc. So I think this commemoration was a problem for Soviet Union for a very, very long time, for Ukraine as a Republic of Soviet Union as well. Today is a time to commemorate these people fully, as much as we can do it, as much as is technically possible. That is point number two. Point number three is education, because I think our center, Babin Yar Center, will be very, very important educating center for young generation, for the people, but for everybody. We should have actions to show the history, but to speak about all what happened in the past. So education, that is something what we have to do, and I think that is very important goal of the center. Point number four, I think we are living in very difficult time. Me as a former president, I can tell you that it's not even difficult time, it's a crazy time. What we see in the world, what is connected with the political movements, but also with such dramas like COVID crisis, etc. That is, diplomatically speaking, difficult time. But in this difficult time, we have the real fear and the real problem with such increasing positions of the people using and expressing the ideas of racism, of xenophobia, of anti-Semitism, of populism, of nationalism. So we are in dangerous period of the history of the humankind. So I think for our center, that is the next very important step, that we will discuss all these issues, knowing the history, knowing this background, but speaking about all these dangers we have in front of us. And last point is point number 5 is reconciliation. because everything what we will discuss in Babin Yar is a history. The history we can be repeated, unfortunately. But speaking about the history, is necessary to knowing the history, knowing the truth, to be prepared to ask for reconciliation. And I think this reconciliation subject is very important to discuss the relations between Ukrainians and Jews, Germans and Ukrainians, Germans and Russians, Russians and Ukrainians, everybody. So I think reconciliation is a process, but it is something what can be extremely important pillar of better future, of something what we cannot, we didn't have in the past, but we can achieve in the future.
Thank you, President Kwasniewski. And now the question to Mayor Klitschko. You are heading the capital of Ukraine. You have heard what President Kwasniewski said about our historical memory. And on the one hand, the construction and launch of the memorial may become an achievement of yours, as you will probably head the city for another term, and who knows for how many terms later. On the other hand, you already have a point of contention about this museum. So as a mayor, where do you see the advantages and where do you see the disadvantages of having such a memorial on the territory of your city?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to talk. Great to listen, everyone. Great to see everyone and participate Kyiv Jewish Forum. It's with very famous, very with many people who have big respect around the world, and from beginning, I am totally agree what I listened from President of Mr. Kwasniewski. Actually, it's not just city project. It's not just country project. It's worldwide project. If we're talking about Holocaust, from beginning of this project, I was involved, and also I am very happy to work together with many people to memorialize, to make real memorial in our hometown, but impact have not just city Kyiv. For me, as a former sportsman, I was really surprised. The Holocaust memorial we have around the world. We have a lot of them in Poland. We have a lot of them in Germany, in Austria, in Jerusalem, in United States. In Los Angeles, we have Holocaust Memorial, the place where killed more than 100,000 people in Ukraine. We doesn't have the memorial, and definitely the nations which don't have memory of about past time doesn't have a future. It's very important to never repeat the same mistakes what everybody did in past time, and that's why I am, as mayor of Kyiv, see as mission to realize, to implement this great idea to build the memorial of Babi Yar. And it's not easy way. It's a lot of questions. It's a lot of challenges what we have in the way to realize this project. But anyway, I'm more than sure we have a great support around the world, and for many questions what we can receive from our opponents who have totally different vision, to do this project open as possible, and to discuss about many issues, in this project, and I'm more than sure we have to do it. This memorial. I want to remind the property belongs. The property of Babi Yar belongs of municipality of our city, and totally full support from my side as mayor of Kyiv, as citizens of Ukraine. I see that as mission to realize this project, and in next couple of years, this will be a great event when we invite all representative, all directors from many memorials in the world, and our missions never do the same mistakes what did already in past time, and they bring the messages for new generation. It's very important. Mr. Krasnevsky told about one very important point. It's education. We actually begin in school of our city in Kyiv the lessons, Babi Yar lessons. It's very important to explain the people, to explain the children, to show the history, what exactly happens. And yes, of course, memorized the memory of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people who was killed in Babi Yar. And that's why very happy to be involved in this. It's, I guess, it's a mission from every one of us to implement our vision in our hometown, in Babi Yar. Actually, nothing did in more than 70 years, but anyway, we have to do it in pretty soon. I guess in the next couple of years, I will be happy to be in the presentation to opening in Babi Yar Memorial, what we're doing all together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mayor Klitschko. And now to Ilya Khrzhanovsky. Mr. Khrzhanovsky, Mayor Klitschko has mentioned that he hopes that representatives from many memorials around the world will come for the opening of the museum that you are now heading the creation of. And indeed, there are many museums and memorial centers for Holocaust around the world. What is or what is going to be the unique contribution of Babin Yar Museum to historical knowledge and to the education of Ukrainian people and other people in general?
What is creative way? Of course, it's the main question, and I will go to the details a bit later. But this creative way will help get attention and understanding from younger generation, and people who is younger generation now. In few years, it's not younger generation anymore. We're doing something for the people in the future, and we need to find the way to tell the story, what the people will feel, and what can change the life of the people who live now. The entire last decade in which direct survivors of the Holocaust alive. And it's our duty, of course, is to tell the story and the story of them. And it's our duty to make sure the future generation will know what happened. And it's our duty to do it in a dignified way. Because just the facts, just the numbers, don't give us any emotional involvement, don't change us, because we have so much around us. For me, it's a very personal story in general, because my mother was born in Vinnytsia in 1940, and part of her family, my mother is Jewish, part of her family is from Vinnytsia, part is from small shtetl Shargorod. And a couple of days after the beginning of the war, my grandfather sent my mother, grandmother, and my uncle out of Vinnytsia to Uzbekistan. And of course, everybody know what's happened with the Jews in Vinnytsia. And I know all the stories about actually our family stories. And I know this relation between Ukrainians and Jewish people in the shtetl after the war, when my mom back then spent many years, 15 there. I know all the stories of people who was killed and disappeared, and for me it's have very intimate connection to this country and to things was happened in Holocaust time in Ukraine. And it's give me special, very personal respect and attention to the memory of all Holocaust survivors, children of these Holocaust survivors, and the families of the Holocaust survivors. And of course, to find a language from progressive language, which can be felt, what can be actual young generation and for the next generation, it's important. But at the same time, to find this border that doesn't hurt anyone. And my goal is that the visit online museum for now, because we want to open online museum first, and we will do it very soon, and then actual museum. It's go through an emotional journey. History is all about facts, interpretation, knowledge. I want people who are exposed to the tragic story to experience another dimension, and this dimension is feelings. There's different elements, technological and others, in the museum, and people will experience story in many different ways. And contemporary technology gives ability to do it. That means for every person it will be personal journey. Depend on his background, culture, age, personal attachment, language, and so on and so on and so on. The museum has to be relevant and appealing to audience for many years. We are building the museum in order to preserve the memory of the tragic events and the lessons learned from it for decades ahead, 50, 100 years from. It's a very short time, because when we come into the museum, we see sometimes picture, and there's just end of 15th century, beginning of 16th century. 100 years is nothing, but at the same time, it's a huge amount of time. And you have to be dynamic, sophisticated, and understand the nature of storytelling. My profession is storytelling, and my task is to find a way to tell the story in a way that it can be a story about people now, that they can feel that something have something to do with them. Change according to stories told about it, and we have to tell our story so it would stay forever, and at the same time to keep the dynamic system, to change technological language. Technology changing all the time, and technology is important because it's just give us variety of ways how we can tell the story, and it's relevant mediums to future generation, AI, 3D, and so on and so on and so on. Past, present, and future exist simultaneously, and the past has not shaped the present. It is also part of it, and we believe that the past cannot future, especially in a story about drinks. Remembering it and telling it in the right way, it can prevent it from repeating itself, because we know from the human history the stories of genocide, they're repeating. And also this museum, I believe, will be among the last one being built in actual place where tragedy has happened. And the story of Eastern Europe Holocaust has not been told in an appropriate way until today. The faster we share the story, the faster we find a unique way that its story can touch everyone. Doesn't matter is it Jewish person or it's Ukrainian person or it's somebody who came from Africa or South America. Doesn't matter from where, because people should know if they're coming to Kyiv, they should visit this place because it's something about humanity, something about world, and something what they need go through to be more rich in a spiritual and a human way.
Thank you, Mr. Khrushchanovsky. You mentioned, you touched upon the role of emotion in telling the truth. How acute has this emotion to be? And isn't there a danger that emotions may be so vivid and the story told in such a vivid way that people will be scared not about what has happened, but about how the story is being told. And then they will say, no, I don't want to hear about this anymore. What's your take on this?
I told you that it's already possible, and in the near future it will be more and more option to do it, to find a way to tell, to create to shape the personal journey for everyone. I think some people is ready to hear the truth, and in the heart people not, because all of us is different. But if you have a fact, the fact itself is so hard that my task is in a way opposite. It's how you can have these terrible facts, how you can find a way to tell them because emotion is not about fear. It's about compassion. It's about love. It's about feeling of destroyed and disappeared world. It's about feeling what other people, actually us, can do to what the people can do to each other, and it's not about what kind of terrible things you can see, because what kind of terrible things we can see every day on the TV screen, or what we can find in the internet, it doesn't touch us anymore. I think it's for me it's not about horror of something, and it's not about manipulation in a way that it's somebody trying to take a role playing what was in the press. It's not true. But emotions, when you can feel the relation to someone, because we cry and we laugh people if we have a connection with them. First, if we don't have a connection, we cannot feel anything. And of course, it's a terrible story, and the facts of terrible stories should be told. And then is the question: how? We don't have a visual, video, photo evidence of it. Almost nothing. We have some documents, we have some facts, but the main thing for me is to create and to find a way to tell the story of this tens and tens of thousands of people who was killed there and who lost till now the right to be remembered. And if you will feel them and if you love them, and then you will see how they disappeared, I think it can work much stronger than any kind of horror moments what we can put there. And I don't think that this can work actually. the humanity and the world went to another phase.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khrzhanovsky. Now the question to Mayor Klitschko, and it's also about emotions to some extent, and also it's about what Mr. Khrzhanovsky has said. Everyone who will come to Kyiv will have an urge to go to this place and pay their tribute and get to know about what has happened. How do you think are Kyivans, the people in the city that you are heading now, ready to go there already and get to know the truth? And another very specific point, there's a underground station nearby, and some time ago there was a suggestion that it should be renamed and called Babin Yar instead of Dorogozhiche. Some people said that this will enhance our collective memory about the tragedy, but the others would say that this will only put some people into depression or remind them of the tragedy unnecessarily. What's your opinion on this, please?
First of all, to remind the station, it can do it not just a mayor, it can do it just the community. We have some procedure which, first of all, a decision take the city council or deputy who is representative of community citizens who live in Kyiv. And I'm more than sure we have to bring the memory. It's very important, and right now it's a discussion question. I bring to the city council the idea and ready to defend this idea and talk with the deputy, talk to the citizens, and explain how important that for our hometown. It's first point. And second point, we with Mr. Khrzhanovsky right now discuss about many points. Right now it's discussion in our community and society, which kind of lessons we have. I told in my preview speech, it's two main important points. First of all, it's memory. Definitely, we have memorized the people who died. The second one, never happens again. It's have to be lessons for the next generation, to new generation, to explain what's going on exactly. To memorize, never do it mistakes what did in the previous time. And it's a question how we bring these lessons, how we bring the information to the people. It's I'm sure with Mr. Khrzhanovsky, it's have to be touched. Everyone, it's have to be emotional. It's not be one memorial. We have 100,000 of them around the world, but you have to be special lessons. Special lessons for every citizens and special lessons for every visitors in our hometown. And that's why it's technical part. We discuss about that. But anyway, we find a way, and definitely we present to society the ideas how we do that. Yes, and it's very important. Every citizens of Kyiv, Ukrainian citizens, everyone have to be participate in this project. Is a project not from Klitschko, Khrzhanovsky, Kwasniewski, or some people who do it. This project. It's a project of our town, and this project of our country to memorize this tragedy. It's how important that I don't need to explain. I already tell about it.
Thank you, Mayor Klitschko. Now to President Kwasniewski. Looking at what is happening now in Ukraine around the construction of the Holocaust Memorial Museum in Babin Yar, can you draw any parallels with what was happening in Poland in terms of coming to terms with your history and other? I know that you will say, I'm not the one to advise to Ukraine, to give advice to Ukrainians, but you're one of the foreign leaders that really know about Ukraine. Any parallels, anything that we can draw our lessons from concerning Polish experience?
Well, I'm against to find such easy similarities or parallel situation, but we can find a lot of common points. You know, the Jewish community in Poland was very strong and influential from almost 1,000 years. The same we had in Ukraine, especially when historically when the western part of today's Ukraine was a part of Polish state. But generally speaking, here we can find a lot of common elements. The same Holocaust. The Germans, the Nazis, the organized Holocaust in our country because here was the biggest Jewish community in the world. Please understand that before World War II, Jewish community on former Polish territories was bigger as in the United States. It was 3.5 million people. And Germans decided, the Nazis decided to kill them, to organize such very, very, let's say, well-organized extermination. So this is the next reason why we have to commemorate these people. Third point, what I mentioned before, the problem with Babin Yar and with Ukraine is that all this crime was organized by ISIS group and it was mass murders, and it's very difficult to find the names, to call the names of the victims. And one of our main tasks and the task of this center is to try to do it, to commemorate these people by names. But then I think of course, in Poland we had a discussion what to do. I think the discussion was also, I think, I expect that in Ukraine we'll have more or less the same, is a question how to understand and how to accept that we were very good during the war, we were fighting against Nazis, but we have also such a black part of our history. Then some people in our nations supported Nazis, especially in Holocaust. And that is very dramatic, that is very sensitive, and that is very painful question. I remember discussion in Poland about the massacre in Jedwabne, what was done by Polish neighbors against Jews who were Polish citizens as well. It was very painful discussion, but I think at the end of the day, this discussion was very positive. They played important role to understand that in the history of the nation, you have a good elements and bad elements. You have a heroic places, heroic chapters, and very negative chapters as well. So I think Ukraine still is in front of such a discussion, but this discussion is very useful. Is painful but useful because we can understand ourselves much better. But I think the history is only the part of this project. The real task for our center is education, is reconciliation, and is creation, is activities, engagement to fight against all these negative processes which we can observe in many places of the world, including Ukraine, including Poland. So I think if we'll finally we'll do it, because still we are speaking about the project. And I expect very much that one day we'll speak about the real center of Babin Yar. So I think it will play extremely important role. And final point, we don't propose in these centers some special scare, some special phrase about the future. I think if some who is coming to Auschwitz in Poland, where we have a huge museum, of course everybody is shocked. I've been there many times with my international partners. Everybody was shocked. But that's a shock which is very positive, because we should understand that this situation can happen. we are not immune for such bad things, for such tragic situations. So I think this lesson, the lesson of Holocaust, the lesson of Auschwitz, the lesson of Babyn Yar, will be shocking, but extremely useful to say nevermore.
Thank you very much. The only thing that I would change in what you have said is replace but with and. Will be shocking and very useful. Yes, President Kwasniewski. The question to Mr. Khrzhanovsky. President Kwasniewski mentioned a broad public discussion here. How satisfied are you with the discussion that evolves in Ukraine now concerning your project? And are you going to take some of the criticism into account? In which spheres, or you will stand firm as you are planning?
I think it's the fact that discussion is to be so hard and so hot from some point. I think it's showing that this project is really important in this country and really important for the world. And it is not just about past, but it's really about because it's touch present or the past. The discussion itself was very speculative. So it was a lot of there, and I gave a lot of comments about that already. I think discussion itself about the way how we can talk about the past, about the new forms and new language, and about the fact that the language appearing to such a complicated and delicate sphere like because the time is changing. The fact that discussion is start is very important and it's great because it's possibility to discuss it. And from first moment, I always declare, and supervisory board declare the same when we restart the project from with the creative phase where I start to work on the project. The main thing is to be open. And actually start around New Year, and then in like 2 months was coronavirus, and then everything started to change shape in reality. But at the same time, I'm in a way I think it's great that this conversation exists because now it's more people involved to discuss it because I think it's important for everyone who live in Ukraine. Because it's not just about amount of Jewish people who was killed by the Nazis. It's about humanity. It's about things which happen in this country and things which known world. Because Babyn Yar is what everyone know in all countries around the world. And we want to have this discussion more and more. And from the middle of September, we will start our online platform where everyone can give a response to things what we are doing, where you can see all the projects, and we start now already a lot of projects which helping us to shape the concept, the general concept of the museum, which will be presented by the end of this year. And this project involving a lot of people, and I think the discussion will be just bigger and bigger, and it will help for the project a lot.
And my last question to you, Mr. Khrzhanovsky, is the museum is planned to open in 2026. The artistic concept, as far as I know, is yet to be approved, but you chose to launch some programs this coming September. Why? Is it because you want to gradually prepare people for what they will see in the museum proper, or is it because you just want to start as soon as possible?
I I think it's both, and in fact, we did a lot of things and already did some discoveries. Some of them scientific discoveries. For example, we find precise points where photos of Babi Yar tragedy was done, precise points through 3D modeling, and now we do some models and monoculars, and a place where people can see how the landscape changed from one hand, and from other hand, what's actually happened here, to keep people to remember. We're doing a huge sound installation in Babi Yar, where people can hear different prayers, Jewish prayers, and also other prayers, where can all the names of the victims who was killed there, and the names who we already know, and we're finding more and more names. We will hear the music from that time and the sounds of that time, because it's also a story of the world which was killed, this Jewish world. We're doing a lot of projects where we involved people, also Kyiv citizens. We do huge interview project where tens of thousands of people involved, and we're talking to them not only about Holocaust, but also about belief, about fear, about hope, about love, about like basic and most important human things. We have unique project with a Ukrainian film, Sergei Loznitsa, where we're trying to find and shape the context where the Babin Yar happened, how it's happened, where we have unique footage and unique chronic documents, which was also, some of them was never published, and so on and so on. So we have a lot of products and projects what we already want to share, and we want to get a response from people, and we want to start a dialogue, and we want in fact to start an open online museum, and to make it possible all the people around the world to react and to see what we are doing, even before the main physical building will be open. Now we are also working of architectural concept and how it can work together with the general concept of architecture and museum design, and the general concept of the same body, and landscape design the same body. We have now the great international architectural architects and critics who is helping us through the workshops to also to find the best possible form for it. But we're already there. We're doing things. A lot of people working on the project. We have two scientific institutes inside our center, and we want to share the things, because we actually start. And I'm sure 26 the museum will be definitely open.
Thank you very much for sharing this emotional experience with us. And I would like to draw the closing remarks from our participants, but I think that I'll ask a specific question, and you may reformulate it into your closing remarks. President Kwasniewski, 2026, the opening ceremony. You will probably cut the band or do some other ceremonious function. But why will you probably go to this museum as a rank and file visitor?
It would be great to open this museum 2026, maybe earlier. I would be satisfied and I would be proud. And I think we can offer to the people, not only in Ukraine, but in Europe, in the world, something very unique. Unique because of this tragic reason of the museum, the Holocaust, this tragedy of thousands of Ukrainian Jews. Secondly, we can offer this very well-organized exhibition, which should be the lesson for the future. We can offer very good architecture, which will be the part of the richness of Kyiv city. And we can offer also some place of the meetings, of conferences, where we will think and speak and discuss and act what to do for the better future, especially how to overcome these fears, these negative processes or things like racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, etc. So I think this Babin Yar Center should be the place which will promote the most important values of humanity, which we know very well, but sometimes we are not enough strong to protect these values.
Thank you very much, President Kwasniewski. Mayor Klitschko, the same question goes to you. Why would you go to this museum as a rank-and-file visitor? The more so that by 2026, who knows who will be the mayor of Kyiv?
It's not important who will be mayor of Kyiv. It's not important who will be open by their memorial. I never think about that. It's right now a lot of speculation about the things somebody have to privatize this idea. Somebody have to privatize the Babi Yar and the concept. It's our main priority to do it this project. Transparent is possible. To do it open is possible. To participate, all people have to be in the project of Kyiv citizens, Ukrainian citizens, world citizens. It's the main idea what we have to deliver to the people. Never happens again. If someone who opened the museum Babi Yar, I have a good idea, definitely. Right now, it's not have to be some politician. It's not have to be some person. It have to be people for who we did that. Children, small children. We know it's many children killed in Babi Yar because they was Jewish. They was wrong nationality. We can talk about that. Definitely, right now a lot of questions. We have to do it. This project as transparent as possible, and also it's very important. Will be a lot of criticism. We have to take this criticism as advice. As mayor of Kyiv, I told you, if you don't do it, everybody criticizes you. If you do something, everybody criticizes you. But anyway, we need to develop concept which touched every visitors. It's very important. We do that. Some people agree, it's not agree, but we have to present, we have to explain this idea, and I'm more than sure we implement this project. I give my best to implement this project as soon as possible. It's not important who will be the mayor, me or another person. It's very important to do that in our hometown. It's the main priority for me and main priority for everyone who participates to realize this project. Is it? Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Khrzhanovsky, when in 2026 I go to the museum, is there any chance that in some of the halls, at some of the exhibitions, I will see the artistic director who went there to experience what the visitors are experiencing?
This question is probably it's in a bit higher level because nobody know what will happen in 2026 inside the hall, but I'm sure that the museum will be built. I definitely will do everything to make it unique. I want to remind you that, for example, Eiffel Tower, which is an icon and a visit card of Paris now, have a huge amount of criticism and negative reaction, and many other things. What is usual for us now, when they start and when they was unusual, they generate a lot of reaction, a lot of discussion. I think it's a good thing. I believe and I'm sure that this museum and this place will be also visit card of Kyiv and of Ukraine worldwide. And I believe that it will give to people possibility to feel something important for them. And if, it's very simple. If the audience, if the millions of people will come there and will want to come, that means that we did something in the right way. And I'm sure that it will happen. And that's why I'm sure that I will create the experience. Doesn't matter if you will see me inside or not, but I will create experience for you as a visitor that you will keep your memory and your soul forever for the rest of your life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, not only for being so candid during this discussion, but also for painting a perspective that I will try to experience myself. And I address not only Ilya Khrzhanovsky, but also Vitaly Klitschko and Alexander Kwasniewski. Let's not hope, let us know that you will succeed in doing this. Thank you. This was the discussion Babin Yar, exploring the past for the better future.
As the events of World War II fade from memory, we will recall the stories of unsung Jewish heroes of the war who displayed heroism, ingenuity, and bravery.
And we are joined by Avner Shalev. He's the chairman of the Yad Vashem Directorate, and we are going to talk about what will be discussed later in our panel discussion. It's about the untold stories of the Jewish heroes of the Second World War, which proved that Jews during the war were not just victims. They were heroes who fought for their lives and the lives of others, and who made a worthy contribution into the common victory of the Allies over the Nazi Germany and its allies. So thank you for joining us, Mr. Shalev. Why do you think the issue of Jewish heroes of the Second World War remains topical even today, 75 years after the end of the war?
I think that there are several reasons for it, and the most important one is that they fought at that time for justice. And this is the most important thing, because we can learn and study about heroism in wars, but in this specific war, when the Jews were murdered, when all the values of human values were destroyed almost totally by the German Nazis and the collaborators, and the Jews had a cause, and a cause of justice. And we have to remember it, because it's a unique situation. When you are fighting for a unique cause, for something which has a value, it contains something that we have to keep going on and on in our memory, in our education, and to bring youngsters to understand it. This is the first cause, the first reason. The other one is that Jews basically had no army. They fought with other, all kinds of military forces, but there was no state, Jewish state at the time, so there was not a Jewish army stands on its own, and it was a problem. for Jews to get be training and to be educated to fight for their lives, to protect their land and protect their values. So when they did it, and they did it with a lot of heroism, I think that we have to remember it because the circumstances were unique. And I want to say something else, maybe outside of the course of a discussion that you are going to hold in a few minutes. I think that there is another kind of heroism in the Jewish world, and this is the heroism of the victims who fought to protect their kids, to try and supply some food for dying, starving young babies and kids. Those kind of women, mothers, they, I think, proved that there is a unique heroism and courage of regular human beings to protect other human beings, to support human beings, and to try and to keep those human values with them. And I think that many Jews did it, and this kind of heroism should be remembered and should be told, and should be researched. We are doing it in all those fields of interest, and I think this is the reason that it's still very actual, as you said, nowadays, and we have to keep going, doing this kind of study and education.
Of course, this is a very important point that you raised, Mr. Shalev, adding another dimension to the discussion that we are having. Speaking of remembrance and memory, the history of telling the truth about Holocaust is marked with the struggle against prejudice and falsification. Where do we find guarantees against distorting the story of Jewish heroes of the Second World War?
I think that the guarantees will be made and go on and on by deep historical academic research. And we say in Yad Vashem that if you want, our profession is searching the truth and running after the truth and keeping the truth. And I think that this is the thing that will keep the history, will keep, I think, the history on the right track of historical facts, which is so important to all of us. It's important to the Jewish people. It is important to specific communities all over. In your country, for example, in Ukraine, it's very important to keep the peace, to keep, the truth, and to tell this truth to the youngsters, because only truth will keep the values. Only truth will keep and support human beings and will support your society. So I think that by doing researching, publishing, educating again and again and again, and we are educating many teachers all over the world, I think that this is the right way to keep on going with the truth, and the truth will prevail about all other political interests and all kind of stories that are coming to support political interests.
Well, actually, Mr. Shalev, when you said peace and then said truth, you were not off the mark, because truth makes peace, while lies and slander and prejudice provoke wars. You also mentioned academic research. So, to your mind, who should take the lead in telling the story? Academic historians, Jewish organizations, media, or anyone else?
I think if you ask me, there is a mix of I think that the three axes that you mentioned, and specifically the most important one, as you could understand, is the research. Researchers who are running after the truth, as I made before, and I mentioned before, and I think this is the basis. But on this basis, we have to lead educators and education who are doing the work. I am not sure that this is the work of organizations. Organizations who are supporting research, who are supporting education, they should do the work. And I think that we have to support them. We have to support them, again, to publish, research, and educate again and again and again. And they should do the work, maybe under the framework of organizations, but it's not only one track or one access that has to do the work. It's a combination of all the three of them. Of course, part of it is the media, because if they are trying to tell and to fight and to combat for the truth, the media has a very important task nowadays, and a lot of influence. So this is the answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shalev. And my last question is, what would you wish the participants in the discussion that will follow our interview?
I wish that, as many of us like to do, they are totally running and trying to research and coming to the peace and truth. And by doing it, they are actually mentioning the right track of education of youngsters all over the world in every community. And it's very important. And I think that they will have a great success in discussing the case and educating the youngsters who will listen and follow this kind of a discussion.
Thank you very much. Pretty soon we will see whether the participants will heed your advice. Thank you, Mr. Shalev. You're doing a great and very important work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
And we are going straight into the next panel, which is called 75 Years After the World War II, The Untold Stories of Jewish Heroes. And I've heard that this is probably one of the most, if not the most important topic during this forum. And we will try to look into the topic which for long has been out of the focus of attention. In many cases, Jews during the World War II were represented as just victims. However, they also fought. And they fought not only for their lives, they fought for lives of other people. They helped other people. And they were among those who made the victory of the Allies inevitable. We have distinguished speakers on this panel. This is Mark Levin. He is the Executive Vice Chairman and CEO of National Coalition Supporting Eurasian Jewry. And we also have Serhiy Plokhy, who is the Professor of Ukrainian History and Director of the Ukrainian Research Institute at Harvard University. Thank you for taking part in this discussion and for your opening statements, introductory remarks. You'll have 7 minutes. And I'll ask Mr. Levin to start and to present his point of view on the topic of the discussion.
Thank you very much. I look forward to sharing some views with all of you. For the audience, you'll be happy to know that my remarks will actually be less than 7 minutes. But I want to start by thanking the organizers of the conference, particularly my good friend Boris Lushkin, for inviting me to participate in this year's forum. I spoke at the inaugural Kyiv Jewish Forum last year, and it is a privilege to join in this year's discussion. As you heard, I am the CEO of NCSEJ, which was once known as the National Conference of Soviet Jewry, which I will discuss towards the end of my prepared remarks. I would like to share, or to really start by correcting a 75-year-old misimpression or even a canard about the role of Jewish soldiers during World War II, particularly those in the Soviet Union. Jews did fight. More than 1.7 million Jews enlisted in armies around the world. More than 500,000 Jews in the Soviet Union alone. Jews did die. More than 200,000 Soviet Jews fought and died during World War II. Jews were represented in all branches of the military that made up the Red Army. Jews were part of the underground, not only in the Soviet Union, but throughout the European continent. From 1940 to 1945, 229 Jews received the highest military honor in the Red Army, Hero of the Soviet Union. Why did Jews fight? I think Jews fought for the same reasons that their fellow citizens did. A sense of patriotism, a sense of wanting to defeat the Nazi war machine, and a growing sense of what the Holocaust did to so many millions of their co-religionists. I think one fact that most people don't realize is nearly 1/2 of all the Jews murdered, killed during the Holocaust occurred on Soviet soil. This is a huge number of people. Many Red Army vets were comfortable being recognized as both Soviet and Jewish. For some others, it wasn't so simple. Now, Jews who were part of the Red Army made innumerable contributions. And as I said earlier, they were all through the ranks of the military. There were hundreds of generals and admirals of Jewish origin who were part of the Soviet military leadership. But unfortunately, after the defeat of the Nazis, it became a much different world for those Soviet war veterans and for Jews in general. The contributions and the sacrifices made not only by Jews but by many others in the Soviet Union were forgotten as Stalin's megalomania only increased. During the war, the Soviets created the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, which was made up of some of the most influential Jewish thinkers in the Soviet Union. They traveled around the world raising awareness, raising funds to fight the Nazis. By the late 1940s, all of them had been eliminated, had been killed, murdered, and soon forgotten. On top of this, we saw after the elimination of the leadership of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, we saw the doctor's plot, where Stalin was convinced that a group of Jewish doctors were out to assassinate him. And then this led to the Night of the Murder Poets, where almost the last but not all vestiges of the Jewish intellectual leadership were rounded up and executed. Something else occurred post-World War II, which was the elimination of the Jewish contribution and really what the Holocaust was. The Soviets tried to portray this as an overall sacrifice of the Soviet people, and that it wasn't the part of what the Nazis were trying to accomplish was the elimination of the Jewish people. Now, as I said a few minutes ago, my organization is an advocacy group. We were created to help get Jews out of the Soviet Union, and we succeeded in that greatly. Today, we work with Jewish communities in the former Soviet and Eastern Europe to fight anti-Semitism, to deal with issues of restitution, and as importantly, to remind people of the of an accurate historical narrative of what took place during World War II, and that includes the contributions made by the hundreds of thousands of Jews who served in the Red Army. Unfortunately, today we're seeing in some of the successor states and certain countries in Eastern Europe an attempt to rewrite the history of World War II, to create a moral equivalency between the Holocaust and the Soviet occupation. And this does not serve anyone well. We see an effort by some governments at trying to rewrite their histories to reflect a sanitized version or view of what happened during World War II. We, in our community and hopefully other Jewish communities around the world, cannot let this happen. And the role of the Red Army vets and their memories will go a long way in countering these efforts. I've had my own personal encounters with many Red Army veterans in Israel, the United States, and parts of Europe, and heard their stories and heard their sacrifices and heard what it meant for them to be able to fight, not just in support of their country, but also to try to save their people. I want to finish up briefly with a story that I think reflects the contributions and probably one of the most significant encounters that I've ever had with members of the Soviet Jewish community. Several years ago, NCSEJ and the local New York Jewish community organized a visit to Washington for over 100 Red Army veterans, elderly men and women, who had never visited our nation's capital. We took them to Capitol Hill. We took them to the White House. We showed them the different monuments around the city. And we ended our visit at the time, the newly unveiled World War II Memorial, which actually contained a part that was dedicated to the efforts of the Soviet Red Army and the contributions that they made to end World War II. It was a hot June day, very hot, humid, and most of these men and women were in their 70s and 80s. And when they got off the buses, I thought it was important to try to explain the significance of this memorial. So I found an elevated position and began to give a brief presentation about the memorial, the history, what it contained. And I wasn't paying close attention, but first dozens, and then more and more tourists started surrounding this group of elderly people who were all wearing their medals, as Red Army veterans are wont to do. And they started listening closely to what I was saying. And then when I was aware of what was happening, I tried to integrate the two groups. And at the end of my remarks, an interesting thing happened. A gauntlet formed, and the men and women who came from New York to visit the nation's capital started walking through this gauntlet of tourists who began to applaud and started yelling out their thanks for the contributions made by these brave men and women. It's something I'll never forget. I'm hoping it's something that those who participated in this program would never forget. And as they marched, and they did march down to the section of the memorial, you could see their eyes light up. You could see them beaming at being recognized for the contributions that they made to end the war. And let me finish now with, there's a famous quote by an American senator, and it's almost 100 years old. And the quote is, "The first casualty of war is the truth. What we today can't let happen is for the truth to disappear. We can't allow those who try to perpetuate the myth that the Holocaust never happened, the myth that Jews didn't defend themselves. They were only lambs walking in to be slaughtered. We can't let these myths and these, as I said in the beginning, canards to take place. And one thing that that can be done is to ensure that the memories of these men and women are enshrined. And I know that Yad Vashem has gone a long way in trying to do this, and we support those efforts, and we will continue to support other efforts. But the most important thing is to ensure that there's an accurate history, whether they're first-person accounts, or to ensure that historians present present an accurate portrayal of what took place. So I will end there and look forward to hearing my colleagues speak. Thank you.
Mr. Levin, for this insightful introduction, which combines your emotion, your personal experience, and some hard facts. I won't say that these hard facts are not entirely known, but very often we lack persistence and initiative to uncover them from under the layer of forgetfulness, which you also described. Sometimes it is an intentional forgetfulness and the desire to wipe out the memory of the things that we're talking about. Sometimes people just don't think that this is important. I'm sure that from our next speaker, Professor Serhiy Plokhy, we will hear some facts and figures that are not easily available to average person. And so the floor is yours.
Well, thanks a lot. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this event. And I also want to thank our moderator and other participants of the panel. When I first heard the title, or the name of the panel that I was invited to, that made me think about my own experiences of hearing about the war and about its heroes. And I grew up in then Soviet Ukraine. And the so-called Great Patriotic War was all around me, at school, at home, on the streets. And of course, heroes were there. But there were no Jewish heroes. There were no Ukrainian heroes. There were a little bit Russian heroes. All of that was Soviet people. When it came to the victims, again, Holocaust was not part of narrative at all. Or when it came to heroes. And what we are doing really now, we are now rethinking the experience. We are rethinking the experience, uncovering the Jewish heroes, the representatives of other nationalities that fought in the war, and trying to put them into the context not of the created Great Patriotic War mythology, but in the context of real lived experience that those people were part of. And those lived part experiences tell us that the Jews in the Red Army, many of them came from Ukraine. One of the biggest battles that were fought during the Second World War were fought in Ukraine, so they died there as well. And this really rethinking and re-understanding the importance of different ethnic groups, national groups, the smaller homelands in the war is a very important stage at which we are right now. When we talk today about heroes, Jewish heroes in particular, for very good reason. Most of what is being mentioned and what is being discussed is the participation of the Jews in the war effort, Soviet war effort, service in the Red Army, service in the partisan units. But there is, again, as was already mentioned, there are some less known parts of this not less heroic experience, and parts that are important for us today, given that Jewish community, Ukrainian community, is not limited anymore to the particular boundaries of particular state. It's an international community. And it's very interesting that the Jews already in mid-20th century, during the war, were already part of this anti-Nazi, anti-Hitler war and effort of this coalition, fighting on all sides, just on the Soviet side, but also fighting on the side of the Allies, in particular in the ranks of the American army, British army as well. And recently I came across files and files of extremely interesting documents dealing with the story of the American-Soviet cooperation during the Second World War that took place in Ukraine on the American airfields based in Poltava, Myrhorod, and Pyryatin. Really very little known story, and absolutely unknown as far as I am concerned to people who look into the Jewish history and Jewish experiences. The truth is that many of those Americans who came to Ukraine to help to fight Hitler even before the Second Front was open, they were of Jewish background. Many of them, or their families at least, came from the region. They came from Ukraine, they came from Belarus, they came from Western Russia, from Baltic states. And they served as these intermediaries, knowing the languages, knowing the cultures. They served as intermediaries, really making the Grand Alliance work on the ground. And again, the people who, again, I researched, they made it into my book, which is called Forgotten Bastards of the Eastern Front. Quite a few of them were of Jewish descent and Jewish background. Albert Lipovsky, one of them, was one of the architects of this operation, which was called Frantic, that brought American airplanes to Ukraine. George Fisher, extremely interesting figure, was a key officer who left his memoirs about experience. He eventually ended up at Harvard, writing a master's dissertation, then PhD. They were also the first Americans who discovered the Holocaust, or at least discovered that mass annihilation of Jews was happening on the territory occupied by Germany. People like Samuel Chavkin, I'm bringing just one of them, was part of the group that flew from Poltava to Lviv in the fall of 1944, and his reports and reports of his friends were one of the first reports of the Holocaust in Ukraine, in particular in the city of Lviv. And that was before really anyone knew about that in the West. And the Soviet officers, journalists, writers, many of them of Jewish background, knew what was going on, but were not allowed actually to say about that publicly. But this Jewish airmen that were on the territory of Ukraine actually were able to do that. And last but not least, they were also among the first ones who actually got rid of the illusions of the Stalinist regime as the regime that was bringing just liberation. So in many ways, the Cold War between the Allies, it started already on this Poltava airfields in 1944, 1945, because the Americans and Jews in particular were actually not prepared to accept the police state control and regime over allies that was introduced by the Soviet authorities back at that time. So this is just one of many unknown episodes of Ukrainian history, of Jewish history, and of Jewish heroes. But it is important today, as we try to break out of the straitjacket of the great patriotic war narrative, and we start to think both about Jews and Ukrainians in a broader international context. And it's a good time to start doing that, continue doing that, given that our communities are international communities. And this conference in particular, this panel is a best example of this really global importance of the topics that we are discussing today. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. And you have brilliantly put this story into the context of what is happening. Still, I have some questions. And one of the questions is, you based your stories, or you rather mentioned your personal experiences, both of you, Mr. Levin and Professor Plohi, and you both spoke of Holocaust. One of the problems is that not everyone is ready to accept the scale of the Holocaust, the scale of the atrocity that was perpetrated. When we bring up other aspects of Jewish and not only Jewish history of the Second World War, aren't we interfering with the cause of making Holocaust recognizable and sort of recognized by other people? Aren't we distracting attention from this very important story? Who will venture to answer the first? I see Professor Plohi nodding his head, so you go ahead.
But maybe we can go in the order. Again, I would be more than happy to listen to what my colleague here on the panel wants to say.
Well, it's an interesting question. I think that it doesn't diminish people understanding the significance and the tragedy of the Holocaust by putting it in the larger context of what took place during World War II. The problem becomes, as the professor described earlier, when the Soviet Union existed and when other, and going to the present, when people try to diminish the significance of the Holocaust. And that's when it's incumbent upon all of us, particularly with the shrinking numbers of survivors, the shrinking numbers of veterans, both from the former Soviet Union and Europe and the United States, not being able to counter these attempts to either diminish the significance of the Holocaust or to outright state that the Holocaust didn't exist, didn't take place, and that's where responsibility falls on the current generation to ensure that this doesn't take place. I think one good example is what happened after the war, when memorials and monuments were built throughout the Soviet Union. And if you look at the monument, the original monument that was built in Babi Yar, there's no mention of the Holocaust at all. There's no mention of the fact that the overwhelming majority of the victims who were marched into the ravines at Babi Yar were Jews. And this, I'll be polite and say oversight, wasn't corrected until 1991. And if it wasn't for the famous poem that was written by one of the most renowned poets in the Soviet Union, most people never would have understood who was massacred at Babi Yar. But that poem was written in the 60s, and there wasn't a correction made until the Soviet Union imploded in 1991. So we can't allow those who want to whitewash history to be able to control the narrative.
Thank you. And Professor?
Sure, I'm happy to jump in and share my thoughts on that, and they're very much in line with what was just said. But I'll start with a quote that loves to repeat again and again one of my friends, and maybe you probably know him as well, Yohanan Petrovsky Stern, who quotes his teacher, Professor Anthony Polonsky, in graduate school. And the graduate school, one of the wisdoms that he brought from the school was that context is everything. Context explains a lot. And what we are trying to do here is actually to provide that context and speak not only about Jews as victims and Jewish suffering, which of course is central, but also about Jews as fighters, as resistance, as heroes. And this context is extremely important. Equally important is the context of suffering of others, because without that, you would also not be able to understand what is about the Holocaust apart from the number of people killed. But that was a specific manifestation of Nazi policies, racist policies, anti-Semitic policies that actually were not applied in that way to other groups. And that is, without context, you can't really understand that. And you can't really pay full tribute both to the victims and to the heroes of the war, whether Jewish or not.
Thank you, Professor Plochy. Mr. Levin quoted the famous saying that the first victim of war is the truth. I think that we may also say that the last victim of war is the truth. As you both said that there are continuous, or at least Mark Levin said so, there are attempts to rewrite history even now, 75 years after the World War II. So my question is, where is the most dangerous attempt to rewrite history now in relation to the topic that we are discussing now?
Well, I'll jump in. I think it comes from several, it includes several areas. You have these far-right extremist groups that spew their messages of hate over social media, and it appears that it's only increasing and growing. These are extremists who want to paint a certain picture that is totally different from what took place. You know, I still remember the images of then General Dwight Eisenhower walking through the camps and insisting that everything be recorded so that future generations would understood what took place, and those who tried to deny that this didn't occur wouldn't be able to do so. But yet, if we look at what's happening in social media, that's exactly what's taking place. There are also, as I mentioned in my prepared remarks, governments who are trying to sanitize their history and to wipe out any responsibility on the part of their citizens in the Holocaust, and that is unconscionable. It's not only unacceptable; it's unconscionable. And I agree with what the professor said a few minutes ago, and in that you by giving an honest picture of what happened to the Jews during the Holocaust doesn't diminish what happened to others, whether it was by the Soviet government or the Nazis. We're not here to create a moral equivalency. We're here to ensure that that people understand what was unique about the treatment of Jews during the Holocaust. And we can do that without diminishing the losses and sacrifices that other groups may have endured. But what can't be lost is the fact that the Nazis were trying to eliminate, to wipe off of the face of the earth, the Jewish population.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. And taking into account what Mark Levin said, an additional dimension to the question addressed to Professor Plochy, it's all very important and persuasive that the academic science does. But as Mr. Levin mentioned, social media, how important it is that you and other serious scholars are represented in social media. What can you do there? Can you sustain your constant presence there?
Well, thanks. It's a great question. Well, frankly, each time when there is a talk about rewriting history and how bad it is, I feel myself nervous because that certainly threatens my profession. What historians do, we rewrite history. Again, we do that with the hope that we can actually dig deeper and understand better what happened there. So my livelihood depends on rewriting history, so that's why I'm so sensitive. But more seriously, there are bad things coming from not rewriting history, to basically freezing the understanding of the war in a kind of mythology that was formed immediately after the war to service particular regimes, like the Soviet regime in particular. If you wouldn't be rewriting history compared to what we knew in 1945 or 1949, we would not know as much as we know today about Holocaust and would not understand it. So researching and writing history is the process, and engaging with it, that continues. And this is our main responsibility as professionals. But we are facing our new reality, and this reality of social media. The new reality in which the authority that existed before doesn't exist anymore. My voice or voice of anybody else on this panel would be actually bear probably the same significance as anybody else's. And in the age of alternative facts and fake news and the regimes that are sticking to a particular type of a narrative that would actually promote and continue their existence, it's a challenge that all of us face. I don't have a very clear or simple solution to that problem, except that today, more than any before, professional historians have to stay engaged. Have to stay engaged with the issues that are important today, that are crucial today. And history, for a number of reasons, is one of those issues. So I try to do that to a degree possible. Being here on this panel is certainly part of that mission, but I certainly think that all of us, we should do more of that kind of engagement with non-professionals, with the society at large.
Professor, I didn't mean to suggest, but I didn't mean to suggest that maybe reevaluating, reinterpreting, or interpreting
Sure, I know.
New information that
Perfectly
comes
understood,
forward.
but sometimes it's perfectly understood.
I fully understand that.
Sometimes the terms that we use that we're using are misleading. To my mind, for instance, finding out a new fact and adding it to the stock of knowledge is also rewriting history in a way. Not completely, but it does make our history different. Regrettably, we are nearing the end of our discussion as we are exhausting time. I still have two questions. And one of them, I think, will be preceded by a very personal story. Both my biological grandfathers had not lived to see me being born. and I had a surrogate grandfather who was the husband of my aunt twice removed, and he was a Jew. And he was a Jew who fought in the Second World War. And once, when he probably felt that I was grown up enough to tell me some important things, this granddad Yasha told me that, to his mind, he remained alive because he went to fight. Because he was the only person from his huge Jewish family who remained alive after the war. All the relatives were exterminated during the Nazi occupation of Ukraine and Belarus. So here we find a paradox. A person who seemingly goes to the hell of a danger survives, while other people fall victims to the situation that they cannot oppose. Can you name some paradoxes, or at least one paradox, that strikes you as the brightest or the most impressive in this entire story? And this time I do insist that the historian begins. Professor?
Well, the story that you told is actually paradoxical, but it's not unique. If you look at the number of people on the territory of Ukraine who died, again, different numbers, up to between 6 and 7 million people, probably up to 1 million of them Jews. When you look at the percentage of the so-called civil population versus the people who were in the Red Army, the more people died outside of the army than within the army itself. And that's the Jewish story. That's also Ukrainian story. And it is unknown. It is paradoxical. But that's basically the story of the war that we don't know, or don't pay much attention to.
Thank you very much. Mr. Levin.
Well, I think one of the great paradoxes is what we've been talking about, is that even after 75 years, after the end of the war, we still have people who believe that the Holocaust didn't take place. We still have people believe that Jews did not make the same sacrifices that others did, particularly in the former Soviet Union. And that's where the historical narrative becomes so important. That we still have to educate people to what really took place.
And my last question is stemming right out from what Mr. Levin mentioned and Professor Plochy as well. It's 75 years after the war. And the question is, where are the safeguards and checks and balances for us not to bend history as we want to do, or as we may want to do? I think that some people may say, listen, you were silent about this topic for 75 years, and you are talking about it only now when there is not really an opportunity to examine, to check what you are saying. So where are the guarantees that we do not bend the story?
Well, I think the fact that this forum is taking place is one of those guarantees. I think what exists in terms of a global Jewish structure, but at the top of that is the state of Israel. The fact that there is a Jewish state today that represents now the largest Jewish population in the world is one of the best safeguards. But we also have organizations. We have, at least in certain parts of the world, an understanding of what did take place. And over the last 75 years, there have been safeguards put into place, whether it's working with local, regional, national officials, whether it's having deep connections with different parts of society, be it academia, cultural, government. We have, I think, in some countries and in some parts of the world, we have learned the lessons of the past. But we can't rest on what we've accomplished, because we've seen what's taking place right now, whether it's in the United States or other countries, where extremist voices are gaining more and more support, whether it's from the left or the right. It seems as if the center is shrinking. And when that happens, it's not good. It's not just good for Jews, but it's not good for all ethnic and religious minorities. And that's why I hope what my organization continues to try to accomplish, and other Jewish organizations try to continue to accomplish, will counterbalance these extremist voices. And I'll just finish one other point. Education, education, education. We must continue to teach the lessons of the past. And without education, nothing else will matter.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. And closing remarks from Professor Plakey.
Well, I certainly agree with what Mark Levin just said about education, and I would say that we don't have guarantees. We have maybe assurances. The Ukrainians know what it means in the context of Budapest Memorandum. With the really rise of nationalism and isolationism and populism and xenophobia around the world, and these are not just the words. We can see that, we can feel that online, in social media all the time. We should be vigilant. And again, education and engagement and building bridges between different groups and different communities, that's what can stop repetition of what we lived through. As a historian, I believed that there is no way back, that I hoped that the world learned the lessons from the mid-20th century, from those terrible things. But in the last 5 and 10 years, or maybe in 5 years, I've started to be quite skeptical about that and quite worried. We failed to learn certain things, and that should be repeated, that should be discussed, that people should be educated. So I want to end my remarks exactly on the same note and on the same theme that Mark Levin ended his.
Well, thank you very much. I certainly became a little bit more educated while I was listening to you. Mark Levin, the Executive Vice Chairman and CEO of National Coalition Supporting Eurasian Jewry, and Professor of Ukrainian History Serhiy Plokhy, Director of the Ukrainian Research Institute at Harvard University. And as there's no way back, we continue with our discussions.
It was great to have you with us today. We had the opportunity to hear from prominent Jewish leaders and to look back on pivotal, formative events in recent Jewish history, and to explore the current reality of Judaism in Israel and across the globe. We heard of projections and predictions of what's looming on the horizon and in the future. Please join us again tomorrow for the second day of the conference. You won't want to miss it.